The Boo video, bro. That that was gonna happen. That was 100% gonna happen. That was gonna happen like at the start of this year. And then I just started writing it, typing it up, and I could not find, the interest in it really. But I will do it eventually. Maybe I'll collab with someone. I'll collab with like Tyler or someone on it. Oh shit. Ugh. Yo, we got one viewer in here. What's up, bro? If you haven't watched my new video, just go and tune in if you don't mind. Literally just uploaded it. Yo, 2 viewers. Let's fucking go. Feel free to ask any power scaling questions. But make sure it's stuff I know about, because like people will be asking about complete stuff I'm completely unknowledgeable on. Just checking. Can anyone hear me? Can everyone hear me? Hello? I mean, for the one guy watching, for whoever's watching, if you did watch my video, my recent video, what did you think about it? I just thought I'd go live now right after, just to capitalise on people watching my content and all that. I'll probably add more sprites and shit to the screen in a bit. I'm just wondering what to put on it. Looks like we lost one viewer. Big rip, big rip. Hey man, listen, whoever's watching, just ask some questions, bro. No charge, don't worry about it. Got 2 viewers again. I do have some interesting scaling for the Sentry in MCU. I want to do a stream on that in the future, in the near future, probably right after Thunderbolts has come out. See if after I've seen it, we'll see if the statements remain true, and it's not just the whole, oh, he's stronger than all of the MCU Avengers rolled into one. Which is just one of them. That statement, you've got people like coping on like Comic Vine and shit, saying, oh, well the Avengers right now are just comprised of Hulk, Hawkeye, Ant-Man, and Wasp or something like that. Right, like the roster's really dwindled down. They're at their lowest pretty much, and I'm just like, why would you think that? Why would you think that? Right, because I mean, in the Thunderbolts trailer, the woman from that actress from Seinfeld or whoever she is, Val, I think she's called in the MCU. She's like, yeah, stronger than all of the Avengers rolled into one, right? But then we learn in the latest trailer, the final trailer, that the Avengers are considered gone. Like there's like a woman who's like, yeah, the Avengers. You know, when they first popped up on the scene, I was in high school and all that, and now they're gone, and they're like decommissioning the big electronic A symbol, and obviously the Avengers Tower has been sold and that. So it would have to be, you know, I don't know why it would be referencing any of them outside of them in their prime, really. But right now he has like a couple of crazy statements from some alternative marketing, is what I'll say it's from. Ghidorah versus MCU. I mean, it depends what Ghidorah, because I've already done Godzilla versus the Avengers, and I mean, bar like Captain Marvel and Wanda, I mean, I think he wins. Like, I think he's winning against a consistent Doctor, like how Doctor Strange is consistently portrayed in the MCU. But you know, anything outside of MonsterVerse, I don't really know. So I'd have to ask some friends of mine, because I have like some friends who know their shit about pretty much every version of Godzilla, Ghidorah, you know. Those kind of kaiju. Why Sentry versus Black Widow's corpse isn't close? I mean, listen, bro. You know, Natasha's corpse was equal, you know, to an Infinity Stone, really, if you think about it, right? Like when she died, the Soul Stone, her soul, you see her soul basically go up into that rift in the sky, and Thanos and Clint, Clint gets the Soul Stone from that alternative dimension. So, you know, she's at least equal to one Infinity Stone. Which, I mean, right now is a dub, but, you know, if I bring up these new statements, it's not looking good. Plus, like, I have a big feeling that Yelena's just gonna talk no jutsu the Sentry, because like the Sentry is similar to Hulk in the sense that he's, you know, it's all different personalities. Like the Void is a different personality, fundamentally, and a lot of the time Sentry and the Void are pretty much equal. So what I think's gonna happen is that Sentry's gonna be there, and then something's gonna happen where the Void comes out, and then, you know, he starts killing everyone like we see in the trailer, and then in the most recent trailer, it's shown that Yelena is basically going to go into the void itself, pretty much. Like she goes to walk into that the casted darkness, and I think she's gonna like talk to Bob or the Sentry into like, you know, fighting back mentally against the void, and then something will happen. I doubt the Sentry or the void will die because they're gonna be in Avengers Doomsday. I know. I think my prediction is that because the Sentry is now like the strongest being, basically, like, you know, Wanda's dead, and he would be stronger than Captain Marvel, I think, at the face value. I think that he's probably going to be using the same way Hulk was, and Hulk was basically using like the Wolf effect, which is, you know, when you want to make a new villain or antagonist seem dangerous or whatever, you basically get them to beat up or kill the pre-existing big, you know, strong guy. So that was Hulk in Infinity War. Hulk is the strongest Avenger when it comes to raw physical strength. So yeah, I feel like it's just gonna get done like that. Wesker versus Captain America. I do have a video like that in my head, like listed. I think I will get something like that eventually, but I mean, I don't think the city block shit for Captain America is all that consistent, really. At least without like using his shield as, you know, to enhance his AP. And even then, it's like mixing his strikes with his shield, like when he kick boots into Ultron. And I say that because a lot of the calcs on him are just like building level, but his cannon striking strength is like street level. In Civil War, when he's fighting Iron Man, at the end with Bucky, when he's like boxing Iron Man up in the 1v1, you see inside the hood on Tony's inside Tony's helmet, you see like the impact level that's being delivered to the suit by Cap strikes, and it says it's like something like 300 and something newtons, which translates to like street level. So he's kind of buns canonically, and he'd get shit on by Wesker. I mean, like, at least physically, speed wise or strength wise, sorry, but speed wise, it would probably go to Captain America. It all depends on how consistent you think the scaling for being being as fast as like Thor and all that is, because in Age of Ultron, when we see everyone else from the perspective of Quicksilver when he's running, everyone else is just like completely frozen apart from Thor. So Captain America, at least, if you use that, is just like well below in terms of speed, really. But like I said, it's all about consistency, man. But I was actually going to do Captain America and Winter Soldier versus Leon and Chris. But I feel like I could probably change that up. No problem, dude, no problem. If you got any more questions, just ask away. So the new Fantastic Four trailer dropped today as well, and they still haven't shown Galactus properly. Or they just keep showing like parts of his body. The one time we've seen like a glimpse of his actual face was in like the Comic-Con exclusive trailer, and he like turns his head and you can like see him through like the windows of a building. But other than that, yeah, it's just like the back of his head or his feet if we go by the new trailer. Spidey versus Master Chief. Okay, it depends what Spider-Man you're talking about. If you're gonna ask questions where it involves a character that has, very multiple continuities worth of versions, try and be a bit more specific for me so I can answer it. But I will just assume that it's MCU for now. If that's the case, then Spider-Man should win. Spider-Man. No, you're all good, bro. You don't have to say sorry. Spider-Man is just like consistently faster. I mean, the highest you can get Chief, really, I think, is like relativistic, maybe, and that's basically based on. Obviously, he goes up against the Prometheans, and the Prometheans, they have like weapons that shoot hard light as like ammo, and one of the weapons is just verbatim stated to shoot light, like light speed. So, but I think probably like supersonic to hypersonic is probably more consistent, because we know that he just explicitly, or people relative to him, like other Spartans, react to hypersonic fire from Covenant weapons, stated in their novels, whereas like the Prometheus thing is just like you kind of a trying to canonize gameplay kind of thing. So yeah, I think hypersonic's more consistent for Chief. So Spider-Man's faster. He's a lot stronger. Obviously, if we use the the color. I mean, you don't even need the color obsidian stuff to prove he's stronger than Chief. If you use the scaling that I have presented in my video, which is putting him at using 1 feet from a novel of him in like without his armor on or anything, and then applying the multipliers for the various armors. If you use that, he just comes to a small building level. And honestly, Spider-Man is just way above that. So, like, I mean, he was holding back against even though Captain America was holding back against him, I think he was holding back against Captain America even more. He hadn't even got a grip on his powers yet at that point. So, hopefully that answers suffices. Is it true there's a statement that some guns are subsonic in Halo? Yeah, I believe so. I have to go through all the novels. I am more of a video game guy right now. I do want to go through every single novel, and there's 41 of them apparently, so yeah, wish me luck with that. But yeah, some I think it's the plasma pistol shoots plasma at like a pretty low fire rate. Yo, what up, Carnifex? I appreciate you sharing my stream, bro. Yo, Bobo. Have you ever thought of scaling other Capcom games? Yeah. I was actually gonna do a video ranking all the Capcom game protagonists. So like Frank West, Chuck Green, from Dead Rising, obviously I'd probably choose the most iconic one really for each franchise. So it would be like Frank West, either Leon or Chris. Chris is just more pivotal to the narrative of Resident Evil. The core narrative of Resident Evil has always been, or the core story has always been the Wesker stuff. So like Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil, Code Veronica, and then Resident Evil 5. You know, and even now, like Chris shows up in Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8. Leon seems to be more of a movie kind of a character reserved for like, the movie limelight, which makes sense. I feel like he's portrayed as a lot more of like a Hollywood bad boy kind of thing, rather than Chris. Chris is a lot more like, you know, just a big strong guy. But yeah, I will get around to doing a Capcom protagonist list at some point. So you got like Chris, Frank, Ashura, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. The railgun just shoot at hypersonic. So does the beam rifle as well. The Covenant use. Yeah, the descriptions from Halo Wars 2 for some like the Sentinel variants, the Sentinel drones that the Forerunners have deployed. They say that they shoot lasers, and obviously you've got like the Prometheans again that utilize light speed weaponry as well. So it's not out of the realm possibility, but I don't think it's consistent. At least for Chief to react to him. It's a Chad stream. You're right. It is. Hope you're well as well, Alice. I am good. Marvel vs. Capcom would be an interesting. Yeah. They have some crazy scaling. I have a lot of ideas. Like I have a whole list in a server, in a Discord server, of ideas that I want to do. And one of them is basically like ranking the various video game versions of Spider-Man, because obviously he gets loads of crazy scaling in the games. And the Marvel vs. Capcom one, he has an ending where he just beats. I think it beats Thanos. I think. I'll have to double check. It's been a while since I looked at it. Yeah, so I'm looking at the scans again. Onslaught is stated to be the most powerful enemy in history, which would include Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet. And Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet was was stated to be I think it's like a threat to the universe or some shit. So where does Marvel Rival scale? Physically, for most of the guys, I would say Small City. There's a calc for Small City right now based on Lunar Snow, going against one of Namor's like aquatic summons in a backstory. But then you have like characters like Wanda, Scarlet Witch, who's actually Sorceress Supreme. Sorry. In Marvel Rivals, like the main version is Sorceress Supreme, like she's from a different universe. But Doctor Strange is like, yeah, no one can beat her, and in her backstory it states like she's holding like the universe together via like reality warping and shit. And then you have like Adam Warlock, his cocoon can survive the time stream entanglement, which is basically like the infinite multiverse like getting fucked. So it really depends, because a lot of stuff from the gameplay is canon to the story as well. So like a lot of the abilities that the characters use are just canon. So like Hulk's belt, where he can make that kind of like gamma generated force field, that's canon. That's in his backstory. So yeah, it really depends. Yeah, Wolverine just sliced up the moon. That's a variant of Wolverine. Right now, it doesn't seem like he physically scales to anyone relevant, but eventually, if he does, then everyone would upscale to. I think it's multi-continental that feat is. I'm not sure. I'll have to double check. I think the best argument is to argue for Spartan some of the reaction processor. Yeah. Also, Chief gets like just a massive boost, reaction time wise and like combat efficiency wise when he's like paired with Cortana or the weapon, which honestly I think you can really use that to kind of almost cope about why he did so bad against. I don't want to say bad because like his Chief's armor was outdated in Halo 5 compared to like the armor used by the Spartan 4s, like Agent Locke and all that. Like it's a state in the art book. The blue team's armor is outdated. But yeah, without the use of the AR, the help of the AR, I think he does a lot worse. And obviously Aatrox, I think he would have lost to Aatrox anyway at the start of Halo Infinite with or without the AR, but I think it would have definitely helped him. What do you think the strongest Hulk adaptation is? Obviously, barring the comics, I would say. So I'm not going to choose any comic variant. I mean, it's probably like Marvel vs. Capcom, because Hulk should just be physically stronger than Spider-Man. In those games, and again, Spider-Man scales to what's it called? To Onslaught. Yeah. Go and check out my video on that. Hulk possessed by Toba. Okay. Hulk possessed by when he was possessed by Toba. Yeah, man. I don't think you can really use that as a version. I mean, maybe before he eats Metatron, maybe. But even because like, obviously at that point, it's still Bruce Banner's body. And when he eats Metatron, he basically like changes on a just like his very existence changes. It becomes like a Galactus level being, right? In the same way that Galen, when he became Galactus, he kind of just changed fundamentally. But I am very hesitant because Bruce's like soul and his soul and mind are like inherently tethered together. His soul, when he got abducted by the leader and taken to the below place and like, hooked up to the leader's body while the leader was being possessed by the one below all, Bruce himself states that like his soul was in like just basically been torn to pieces and stuff. And we kind of get a glimpse of that back in issue 25 of Immortal Hulk, where you see Bruce's soul while Hulk's, while Toba's in control and destroying like the 10th cosmos or whatever cosmos it was. So I don't think it's fair to use that as a version of Bruce Banner's Hulk. It being a Hulk is just a fact, or a gamma mutate, but as a Hulk intrinsically tied to Bruce Banner. I wouldn't say it's fair to use. But I do have a video. What do you make of Hulk's relationship with... What do you make of Hulk's relationship with Charlie in the current run? I do very much... I do like it, don't get me wrong. But I kind of... At least before Bruce kind of betrayed Hulk to Eldest. Because Hulk being mad right now is understandable, right? Like the way Bruce Banner treats him. And there's a whole thing for Bruce as well in the Cates run where it's like... It goes back to that whole thing of like... Is Bruce... is he the bad guy? Is he the bad guy really? Because you got to remember that the Bruce Banner that we see, he isn't like whole Bruce Banner mentally. Bruce Banner's psyche was shattered into literal millions of pieces back when he got abused by his dad. So what you see, what we see of Bruce is just a fraction of his psyche. But so I think like Charlie and Hulk, they kind of have like the whole buddy thing going on, and Bruce wants to protect Charlie from that kind of lifestyle. He failed to do that, but now Hulk wants her to embrace it. But I feel like Hulk right now he's realizing that because of all the stuff with Lycana going on, and all the monsters that are like inherently tied to her specifically, like all the other werewolves and Lycans and all that kind of stuff. Hulk's kind of also realizing that she's not built for this really, and the fact that they had to go to Doctor Strange to try and help her out, to try and get better control of it. She's not built for that lifestyle, man. And she's just a kid at the end of the day, right? She's probably like 12, 13. So you got Bruce as a grown-ass man. He's probably really consistently portrayed to being like he's probably now, probably mid to late 30s. And he can barely hold on, hang on when it comes to keeping Hulk, with his relationship with Hulk, and obviously he's had years of experience with that. So I don't think Hulk scales to Toba. I don't know where people get that from. The Toba he beats in the below place is an M-body. One that's, I do think that version's stronger than Mephisto, at least. And when I say M-body, I don't mean in the sense that it's a version that... A lesser version in the sense that it's cast itself down from its true realm. Right, like it's gone from at very least a hyperversal realm to... our kind of realm where we can perceive it properly. I mean in the sense that Toba can't function without a host. Without an actual host, and he hadn't possessed Brian properly yet. Yeah, like an avatar, exactly. And we just know that Hulk isn't on that level yet, because he was stronger than Eldest. He was stronger than Eldest. Like the statement that through that Hulk in the synopsis afterwards. Well, sorry, not the synopsis, the summary of like the past events after in the issue after, said that Hulk's strength and Charlie's ferocity of what got him the win, and Hulk is just the one to beat her. So, the Mother of Horrors is way above that, and Toba is way above that. So, I don't see how you can say they scale. Can you do a video on how strong 616 Spider-Man is? Miguel, I think it was you who commented on the post about me doing live stream topics. I'll do a live stream on it. I've actually started like putting like the presentation together. But if you don't want to wait for that, obviously that's fine. Check out my friend's channel. It's called that one nerd. I think he's in my channel links. On my channel page. But he did a video on 616 Spider-Man. He did a video on Ultimate Spider-Man as well, and they did really well view wise. And I think he's pretty fair with the scaling on it. So if you don't want to wait for me to do that presentation, then you can go ahead on and check his video out. Show him some love. It's FC. What's up? How you doing, Go? I'm good, bro. Thank you. How about yourself? I think besides Superman, Hulk has got to be one of my favorite characters. Yeah, I think. I don't know. I've never really been a big Superman fan. But I do understand. I don't know. Superman does have like an aura about him. I think, right, when you see him, you just know that like shit's gonna be better, kind of thing. Like I wasn't really interested in the new movie all that much, but seeing the trailer, like the vibes I get from it, it's just good vibes. Hold on, yeah, let me get the link for Miguel real quick. There you go, Miguel. Check that channel out. But yeah, Hulk is probably my favourite character in fiction. And it's definitely like it's kind of cheesy, but when I started to get into like comics and that more, and like anime more when I was around like 12. And that was obviously a lot of like, kind of getting bullied and all that kind of stuff. So, don't think it's fair to compare absolute Batman. What do you think about Ultimate Black? Yeah, like Bobo says, it's probably not that fair yet. Right now, Black Panther blitzes and he just kind of stomps like. SPY with the vibranium. Especially if like he scales to Miles Morales anyway, like because Miles is gonna cross over into the new Ultimate Universe soon. So I think it's interesting that she's trying to cheat the magic so she can keep it without a price, but with Hulk saying you can't have the power at the cost that she saw as a move from. Yeah, exactly. And again, she's a kid, so she doesn't understand that. But that's what Bruce was kind of like, trying to warn her away from. Ward her away is the reason Bruce was trying to ward her away from the lifestyle. But obviously, the only reason she really likes Hulk, is because she was in a similar situation to Bruce, where she was, her dad was abusive, so she felt really vulnerable, really weak, and because her original hero, idol, was Captain America, and then she sees how strong Hulk is, and she's like, "Bro, I need some of that. I need to be that strong, so I can do whatever I want, so no one can hurt me." And like you're saying, Rockin' Alice, she doesn't understand that it comes with a price, and she's learning that now, and it's the the bloodlust, right? Like Banner doesn't. That's the one thing Banner doesn't have to worry about. Hulk wants to come out because he wants to be free, in the sense that he doesn't want to be locked up, but he doesn't have an inherent bloodlust to him, right? He's not like a vampire where if he goes so long without smashing, he's gonna come out and go crazy. What would you say is base She-Hulk's best strength feat that she herself has performed? Base She-Hulk feat? I don't think she really has it. It's probably... So the thing is, right, is that all gamma mutants get stronger over time, because barring other contextual amps, they just passively absorb gamma radiation, which we know is just the universe, it's just full of it based on Lyra's gamma vision. So She-Hulk would be just getting passively stronger over time. Her best strength feat is probably... I would say... There's a comic where it's the She-Hulk run from the early 2000s, where she fights the champion of the universe, and she loses to the champion because he's using the Power Stone and all that. She has a rematch with him, but in between the rematch, the first fight and the second fight, she turns back into her human form, Jennifer, and she trains weights and all that, and so obviously she's stronger as a human, and then when she hulks out, her base is just much stronger than it was before, and I mean exponentially stronger, because she shits on the champion who wasn't using the power gem, to be fair, but that same champion of the universe was stated to be Hulk level around that time, or a little before that, sorry. In a guidebook, and then she gets so strong basically that she needs a suit from Reed Richards to contain how strong she is, because she hasn't gotten used to the strength. And she Reed Richards runs some tests on her with it's the kind of weightlifting stuff that Ben uses, and it's not like standard weights, it's crazy, almost like what Mark's using in Invincible Season 3 when he's doing benching. And She-Hulk can do that with one hand, no diff, whereas Ben, that's his max. And then she has an arm wrestle with Hercules, and he wins, but then she's like, yeah, I just let him win. But the crazy thing about that is he's just more Hulk upscaling around that time, because she's like, yeah, I'm almost as strong as Hulk the way I am. So I would say her lifting that block that Reed Richards had tested with, I'd say that's probably her best strength feat. But obviously, if anyone knows a better one, you can tell me. Again, talking about base She-Hulk, it would probably be, if it was Immortal She-Hulk, it would be probably something from World War She-Hulk around there. Superman is my favourite fictional character. I mean, I don't blame you. I don't blame you for that. I think he gets maybe it's because I'm just on Twitter, but I see a lot of Superman a lot of Superman haters these days. I think that, you know, the argument is that like he's boring, he's too strong, but I just don't think those people have seen anything beyond like the Zack Snyder movies. Even like the Justice League show, there's plenty of times where Superman loses in that. Hulk versus Wonder, who wins? What versions? Versions. Could Tyson outbox James Toney? He could probably beat James Toney. Like if James Toney fought him in heavyweight, Tyson could probably win because Tyson is just more adjusted to that weight. And again, it's got to be prime Tyson. But James Toney's one of the most natural boxers to ever lace up the gloves. Like he's just like insane. So I think like if you're talking like pound for pound skill, James Toney's just way better. Could Tyson outbox a Yautja? No, because Dutch not losing to the Yautja, like not you know when the Yautja like backhands him and all that stuff. Dutch's head not flying off his shoulders isn't an anti-feat because Dutch himself is just a superhuman, like he's crazy, and that's before he even gets like the enhancements and stuff. Is YouTube your job? Nah, it's not. It would be nice to. It would be nice to have it as my job, but no, it's not. Hope that this run leads to Charlie finally understanding the lesson. Yeah, I think she's going to have something to do with Bruce and Hulk's development. Bruce and Hulk are going to come to a new status quo soon. Philip Kennedy Johnson, the writer, said that. Like, it's going to be apparently like a crazy change in status quo. And I think it's going to have, like he said, he's going to like introduce a new personality and all that kind of stuff. So she's probably going to have something to do with that. I love that She-Hulk run. It was when you find out. Yeah. I mean, she's like, her and Daredevil are probably like the most premier lawyers in Marvel. So it makes sense that the Living Tribunal would want her to, or someone related to a case that's so important that it's in front of the Living Tribunal would want her to be there. Do you think Red Harpy above Red Hulk? Yes. Red Hulk hasn't done anything relevant since like he fought Doc Green back in like 2015. Meanwhile, Red Harpy's like able to tear apart like the Abomination clone that can take attacks from like Devil Hulk. She can just overpower Captain Marvel, all that kind of stuff. That run also brings back Counter Earth. Yeah, I mean, the fact that Jen herself is in court, right, and she's like under oath, and she says, "Yeah, I didn't sleep with Juggernaut." I mean, the implications there, right? Like, so they say the same thing about Hulk as they did for Superman, where he's boring, strong. The thing is, yeah, you're exactly right. When you read the comics, it's not like I can understand if you're just for Superman. I can understand if it's just the movies, but even then, I don't think like Donna vs Superman, at least for like the first two movies, is that boring. Yeah, he's OP, but you know he's like portrayed so well. In comparison, like, you know, when it comes to adapting the source material, that I think it kind of balances it out. So, do you think Beyonder is the strongest fictional character or not? Personally, I think so. I don't know. I don't know what the strongest fictional character is. I won't be able to make a claim on that. Even if I thought he was like number one in Marvel, I would definitely wouldn't be qualified to say he's like the strongest in fiction. Beyond admitted that he was weak in Phoenix, especially in the White Room, so he's yeah, I mean, Red Hulk has come back now. Like Ross is, he's got like his own little time run going on, so maybe he'll do something interesting in that. But I'm not holding out any hope. Kind of sad we haven't gotten back A-Bomb. Yeah, the thing is, right, is that Rick Jones is kind of like... honestly, if you were to pick anyone to be a main character of the Marvel Comics, I would probably pick Rick Jones. Because Rick Jones, at the end of the day, is just a normal dude who just has all these connections, right? He can appear in any comic, really. He's mainly a friend of Captain America and the Hulk. But he's just tied to all the different mythoses of the Marvel universe. And he's been in positions where he has been superpowered before, right? Like he was obviously a Hulk. Twice he was a Hulk. First he was like a Green Hulk, and then they changed it, and then they made him an A-Bomb during the Red Hulk saga. But I'm pretty sure he was also Marvel, I think, at one point. So, do you think She-Hulk runner? I think it is a genuine feat in the sense that she was able to do it, but I think that Hulk was holding back there. Because Hulk... Okay, so basically what happens is that Jen actually gets that amp that I spoke about earlier, and then she loses it because she's like doubting herself and shit. Obviously, because Hulk, when you talk about gamma mutates, their powers inherently come from their mentality and that, their psyche. And obviously, with the amp, she thought that Hulk around that time was stronger than her still. So she gets weaker, and then we know that she doesn't get stronger because Civil War happens, and because she was like against the idea of locking superhumans up in like the negative donor shit, Tony basically roofies her with these nanites that suppress her powers, her gamma like the gamma radiation in her blood. When she becomes She-Hulk again in World War Hulk, she says that the Hulk hits 100 times harder than her, like smashes 100 times harder than her. Now, bear in mind, right, that the Planet Hulk novelization, Hulk gets to a point where they say that he's stronger than he's ever been before, and this is before the ship warp core explodes, right? Before Kyra dies, before Sakaar basically gets destroyed. They say that once he's recovered, from the Great Portal and all that, he's healthier than he's ever been before. He's stronger than ever been before. And then he gets. I don't really know if I want to drop this in a stream because I want to. It's very pivotal to a video I want to do, but I guess why not? They say that he gets 1,000 to anywhere from 1,000 to 1,000,000 times stronger, and that again is before the warp core goes off and he's angrier than ever. So he's just got to be holding back against everyone on Earth, everyone. And I mean, he does say that, right, in Heart of the Monster, but I mean, like, he's just holding back to a just astronomical degree. And the thing is that Hulk's durability does scale. Will just go up when his strength goes up, and obviously his strength goes up when he gets angry, right? The fact that Green Scar can regulate his anger because Heroine taught him how to do so on the journey back to Earth with the Warbound right before World War Hulk. Because he was basically getting, his anger was just so potent that he was at risk of killing like Korg and Heroine and Elo. So yeah, he just had to be holding back. Yeah, the Joe Fixit is fine. Yeah, the Joe Fixit, the whole like Joe Fixit, like Decal and all that shit for Hulk and Marvel Rivals is very fire. I don't know. Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Cosmology wise, I'm so shit at that kind of stuff. It doesn't really interest me all that much either. Obviously, if it's related to Hulk, like directly, and part of his mythos, I'll probably have a good understanding of it. But like the Beyond Realm, the White Hot Room, all that kind of stuff, I don't really care. Also, sorry for the guy who asked about Wonder vs Hulk. When I said versions, I meant like what continuity, like MCU comics, that kind of stuff. What do you think is Hulk's coolest ability that doesn't get brought up much? I think his unpredictableness and ability to adapt, I think they're very underrated. And when I say adapt, I'm not really talking about his body's ability, the Doomsday kind of adaptation, right? Like the reactive adaptation. I mean his ability to adapt in combat, right? Like he's so unpredictable, and almost so combat savvy. Even though he's like got the mind of a child, right? He can still fight on par with people like Thor, Hercules, and I'm talking classic era when they were a lot closer, and do well, right? And then you have like in my Hulk versus Thanos video, I brought up how, yeah, Thanos compares the champion of the universe because he's been angry and the way he's fighting, he's like using a lot of anger on that kind of stuff. But the thing about the champion of the universe is that he was telegraphing pretty much every one of his strikes. The Hulk doesn't do that. He's just inherently unpredictable. So unpredictable that Daredevil's like, yeah, he's the most unpredictable being on the planet. So, have I watched Avatar: The Last Airbender? Yes, Tony. Of course. Peak series. I did it back in early lockdown when it was big on Netflix. Never heard a million times one. Yeah, Con. I mean, it's from the Planet Hulk novelization. So, where did the Warbound army and himself go? Okay, the Warbound. So, when they come back to Earth and they fight the Avengers, I think it's either Captain Marvel or Spider-Man who said that they're almost as strong as the Hulk was before he went to Sakaar. I don't really see anything wrong with that, to be honest. But it would have to be like a pretty big gap, to be honest. And again, it depends on, because Hulk's always getting stronger, even towards the end of his comic run, where just before he went to Sakaar for the first time, he was getting a lot stronger. So really, when they say, "Oh, he's almost as strong as he was before he went to Sakaar," what does that mean, really? So, but I would say, I mean, what does Korg do? Korg and Hiram are the two strongest members of the Warbound. Heroine has like, so basically when the old power was kind of like divided amongst all of the shadow people, like Heroine's race, back before Sakaar was destroyed, which is why Kyera had it as well. But when Sakaar was destroyed and all the other shadow people died, he basically inherited all of the old power, which is why he's like so strong and able to use a lot of it. And then Korg's best feats are like, he fights like a suppressed Green Scar, like they're sparring. He's like taking attacks from post World War Hulk Savage Hulk, who I think is like stronger than, or just as strong as Green Scar was during the Sentry fight. And then he's able to fight and beat the Thing as well, so they probably are. I mean, they all just get stronger, evidently. Like, you know, gotta bear in mind that they were all training, most likely, during their time in the arena in Sakaar, because you have a state for like the red female who's part of the Warbound. It's like Ellie or something like that. She's just started to be training like every day and all that kind of stuff. So, and these characters just get stronger, right? Like over time. There's like statements like Hulk's Rogues Gallery gets stronger over time. Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery gets stronger over time. And you know, other than Abomination, you have like Absorbing Man. Like Absorbing Man's getting stronger over time. What's he doing? Right. You know, so yo Goji, what's up, bro? Thank you, I appreciate that very much. It's the all the times that you've helped, you've shared my videos in the past, it's done a lot. So thank you. And I will be tuning into the Marvel Rivals vs Injustice video. I remember your yeah. I do pride myself on some of the arguments that I've made. Okay, so they're just down. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Like, Heroine was able to block an attack from Zom Strange. As dumb as that sounds. What has Juggernaut done in terms of scaling? Well, up until recently, Juggernaut had not done anything in terms of scaling. In fact, he'd done a lot of bad things for his scaling. But right now, he is one of the strongest heroes. He's the strongest member of the X-Men right now. He's stronger than Cyclops at full power. Stronger than Magique, at least in her base form, not her like Darkchild form. Bear in mind, okay, so he is able to just kind of like neg Cyclops' full powered optic blasts. Cyclops with his optic blast was pretty much overpowering current Storm in base to the point where her and Eternity are pretty much tied together now. She like Eternity can possess her and like grant her his full power. But she was getting overpowered, or at least pressed, and to the point where Eternity had to come out. Storm during King in Black, when she got everyone got possessed and turned, all the people that got absorbed into the void, like into the planet-wide symbiote by Null, they became like possessed, right? They became like soldiers for Null, and he says that Storm was the most powerful one, which would include like She-Hulk, Immortal She-Hulk to be specific, Ben Grimm, all that kind of stuff. And then Immortal She-Hulk, she she was just getting stronger of the entirety of that Jason Aaron Avengers run up until issue 49-50. And like even when even the initial time when she initially gets the amp at the start of the run, she's able to like damage Celestials. So yeah, she's current Juggernaut is broken. I wish I brought up Scar and Catherine. Yeah, Scar. I mean, honestly, we're kind of lucky that Scar got brought up in the Gamma Flight run. To be honest, like if we didn't get that run, we wouldn't have any up to date stuff with Scar. Marvel Rivals. I mean, listen, Goji Chronic's about to drop that video, so tune into his channel to watch, and I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Nice upgrade, yeah. It's very good, very good. Again, just considering that how Juggernaut has pretty much been fucked over in the last, like, I mean, I'd say last decade almost. Like it's been bad. Like when Thor was unworthy, Juggernaut, he says like, "Oh yeah, I'm stronger than ever," and then he's like, "Yeah, I'm in next to like one of the temples of Cyttorak, so I'm even stronger than that." And he loses to Thor. Like, he's stronger than Thor there, right? But he's not stronger to the point where he can just one-shot him or anything. Like, Thor still beats him in a physical manner. He just beats his ass with one of the hammers. So it's embarrassing, man. Hi, yo, Wick. What's up, dude? Thanks for tuning in. I assume you've seen the Thunderbolt trailer with the Centurion Void. Alright, so yeah, I have. Now obviously there's the statements that everyone's been talking about him being stronger than all the Avengers rolled into one. I have better statements than that right now, thanks to what I alternative marketing. We have just a statement that he's stronger than anyone that the Thunderbolts have ever faced before. Obviously, the Thunderbolts are a team that have been established in that movie, so the statement would be in regarding to is the individual members who they've gone up against centuries stronger than those guys. Bucky fought Thanos in Wakanda. It's just Sentry would, but I mean it's just a given anyway because he's stronger than all the Avengers rolled into one. So he's stronger than Captain Marvel and Wanda, obviously. I mean, even Thor. Captain America could harm Thanos when he had Mjolnir. That's just Thor's power that Cap was using. So, yeah, but like adding like Wanda and Captain Marvel into one is just overkill, man. Like, It's such a dumb statement. What are the Thunderbolts even supposed to do? I don't think they're going to do anything. I don't think they're going to do anything physically. We know in the trailer already. We know already that Bucky should have the, depending on what US Agent Shield is made out of now, Bucky should have the best physical AP because of his arm, and we know that Void just catches that shit and rips it off. So I can't see them doing anything. What I think is going to happen is, yeah, like Leader of Lost Souls says, they're going to talk no jutsu either Bob or the Sentry into mentally fighting back against the Void. That's what's going to happen, I think. I keep forgetting, but isn't Emperor Mark still weaker than Thrago Bat Beast? Okay, so for those who haven't seen my appearance over on Key Issues in the video that I linked in my community post a few days ago, we did a tier list basically of the Invincible comics. I'm ranking the characters from my strongest or weakest. I said I don't think that Emperor Mark is stronger than Thrag or Battle Beast at the end of the comic run. And that's because, well, I'll say the arguments for him being stronger than them is that he's able to fight him at the end of the comic before the time skip. Again, I think there's just so much context to that fight that it doesn't really matter all that much. And then it's the fact that he got stronger after that, which again I'm not disputing. I agree that he got stronger, right? Like because Mark before the time skip, he's probably like mid-20s, mid to late 20s. So of course he's gotten stronger, but I don't know to what extent is the problem. And I'll say this. So basically what happens is he's like, his peak natural strength that we see is before the time skip, is when he arm wrestles Omni-Man on the moon. And obviously people would say, well, it's an arm wrestle, bro, why does it matter? It matters because the conversation that takes place before the arm wrestle, the reason why that contest of strength even takes place is because Nolan and Mark wants to see who is stronger. Because Mark is like, yeah, if we fought again, I would beat you now. And Omni-Man is like, bro, are you serious? And he's like, yeah. So he's like, okay, well, arm wrestling. And then the synopsis for the issue is just something like who is stronger kind of thing. Now, so he arm wrestles his dad, and they're pretty much equal. Mark dies to Thrag, and then Eve brings him and herself back to life, and she's like, I've made you slightly stronger. Now, Thrag beat up Omni-Man 3 times, and I don't think it was a slight difference. I think it was bad. Like, I think it was a bad beating. And right, so if they are, you know, they're already equal, and there's a slight difference. And then that goes into the whole thing of like, well, Mark doesn't do that well really against Thrag. Like, if you take the context into account, he gets help from Robot off panel when they first start fighting. Then they go into the sun. Mark says that Thrag got slower in the sun when his skin came off. And then Robot, even if it doesn't seem like Robot really did anything when he gave Mark like the suit, I think he brought Mark a few precious moments that ultimately benefited him. And the whole thing about Mark is right is that it's the whole the human side of him really being the standout part. And we know that Viltrumites, obviously at that point in the story it's a bit different, but the consistent thing is that Viltrumites they don't forge relationships like humans do, right? It's why Nolan has that breakdown to Mark when they meet again, and he sees all of Oliver's ancestors, people dead and all that kind of stuff. They don't have empathy and all that, right? They don't have sympathy like that. So Mark's whole thing, and they say this at the end of the fight in the sun. Frag, he like Nolan, Anissa, Lucan, Krieg, Thula, they'd all adjusted. All the Viltrumites, apart from Frag, had adjusted to like the ways of Earth and shit. Frag never did that. Even when he had kids, he just never did that. They didn't mean anything to him. And then, so when they're fighting in the sun, it's like Frag is just fighting with his own strength, like he's just using his physical strength. Mark is fighting with the weight of everyone on his shoulders, so he punches harder in that regard. And even then, even with all that, the rage and adrenaline shit, even when we count that, even with all that into account, the fight would have been a draw. They both would have died in the sun if Alan didn't come in and save Mark at the last second. So, all that context taken into account, and then Mark gets like somewhat stronger to some degree. Like he beats up Alan. I don't think him versus Alan was really a big stomp on either side before the time skip. So I can't say that he's just strong effect. Also, Robert Kirkman was just like, yeah, I don't think you should ever make the main character of your series the strongest. So, thanks for the money, bro. Thanks for the blue euros. Last year question: how do you think Jen Scott's going to? Jen beats the fuck out of all of them. It's bad. I mean, she should already be more skilled than him anyway. But yeah, like just strength wise, like it's bad. She beating ass. Yeah, he was very Viltrumite coded, even to the end. Yeah, I mean, I have him in the same tier. Like, if you make a tier list, I think Alan is just stronger, like so strong that he's like a tier above Omni-Man. And I don't think there's a tier difference between, Mark and all that. So at the end of the series, so yeah, I mean, they're like, I think that's at the lower end of the Frag and Battle Beast here. Yeah, of course, bro. Omnipotus. I mean, it's in the name, What do you think of Wolverine versus the Viltrumites? I think Wolverine slams, man. What? His regen's too good. Unless they're in space, obviously the Wolverine is in the disadvantage of being able to breathe. But unless they're in space, like, I don't think they go like at 100% in terms of speed. So even if you want to say, oh, Wolverine being light speed or whatever, blah blah blah, isn't consistent. Okay, well, we can just use the argument that Viltrumites are slower on Earth. So Wolverine must be able to tag him and shit. But then Wolverine's some of the stuff he gets hurt by is just so fucking stupid. But that is done in a way because his main power, I think, standout wise, is his regeneration. So him taking all this damage, regardless of what it's from, is just to showcase that. But yeah, I think Wolverine just win. Why is Nolan so fucking ass? He's not that bad. He's Nolan is, I think by the end of the series, he's top 5 in terms of the Viltrumites. I think it goes Thrag, Mark, in terms of the strength, Conquest, and then Nolan, right? I say in terms of strength because in terms of who would win, Nolan could most likely beat Conquest because of how Conquest is in character, right? Where he's just like, he just loves fighting so much that he just, like Nolan says, he's a spectator to his own fights. I mean, they can knock him out. Even Spider-Man knocks him out sometimes. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They can knock him out. The problem is like a lot of I think it depends on who you send up against him. Basically, what Viltrumites you send up against him. If it's someone who doesn't fuck about, like Fraggle or Nissa, then yeah, Wolverine's probably getting knocked out. But if it's like some rando, you know, like one of the Invincible variants from the Invincible War, then they're getting folded. Do you think the show will create more Viltrumite characters? Yeah, probably. I'm hoping they do more stuff with Oliver when he gets older, because once he gets after his teens, he doesn't really do anything, like feats-wise and shit. Who's asked Homelander? Yeah, Homelander is dog shit. I think everyone knows by this point that Homelander just sucks. Doug from the Monsterverse is Nolan and Mark. I don't know. I mean, listen. I don't know. Probably. I think Doug can take him. But won't Conquest take Nolan? Which might more seriously than Mark. No, I don't think so. Because even after Conquest had failed to take over Earth, right, against when he fought Mark the first time, he goes back to Frag, and he's like, "Oh man, I'm so sorry." And, like, he's like on his knees, like about to cry. He's like, "Man, I'm so sorry. I won't. I'll take the fight seriously next time." He still can't, you know what I mean, like, put Mark down, and he doesn't. Conquest has no respect for Nolan. No, he's like, "Yo, the great trade," like grabs him by the head, and he's like, "Yeah, your son's almost as strong as you, bro," and then just like headbutts him, and he's also like, "Yeah, I would just like kill you in front of your dad," right? That's very disrespectful. Wolverine's close. Yeah, Wolverine. If Wolverine came into contact with him with his claws, he would just shred him. Did Oliver even reach his full potential in the comics? He probably did. The thing is, right, is Nolan. I mean, it is kind of a big thing anyway. The reason why Earth is so valued by the Viltrumites is because Earthling DNA is the closest when it comes to purity. So Nolan's pretty sure that Mark would be able to be at least as strong as him when he reaches full maturity. But with Oliver, he's like, yeah, he's most likely never going to be as strong as me. So Conquest is just something else. So yeah, sorry, he did probably achieve his full potential, but the potential wasn't that much. Conquest just, yeah, he's just a spurg, bro. All the other Viltrumites are scared of me. I'm so lonely. They made him like, they tried to make him a bit more I feel a bit more sympathy for him in the show. I'm just like, bro, fuck this dude. What do you mean he punked Kong just from his aura? You are right, yeah. He did embarrass Kong with that. Human bugs. Yeah, that's, you know, to simplify it. There you go. Yes, I've heard of the next death battle. Listen, all I'm saying is the Doom fans are lucky that Microsoft didn't do the suggested idea of what's that? I forgot what the fucking show's called, but it's like a video. It was like a show based on, each episode is based on like a video game. Looking at like Warhammer, Concord, all that kind of stuff. The people who were making that put forth an idea to Microsoft of Doomslayer meeting Master Chief. Those two would have fought 100%, and if they did, then I would take Master Chief. I would. Like, if it wasn't like a actual conclusion to that fight, I would say that consistency-wise in the series, Master Chief is just more impressive in the sense that like his skill stuff and all that. But nah, bro, secret level. But Doomslayer is just like, even if you think he's just low multi, right? He's just like infinitely stronger than Master Chief. It's so stupid. I am very much wondering what they're gonna scale Master Chief to. I can sit the highest I think they're gonna scale him to are probably like solar system, maybe, or like planet level, something like that. There's some stuff in the Forerunner saga novels for like the slipstreams and all that shit. But I mean, like, I have a Master Chief at like probably like City Block at highest. But yeah, they're probably gonna scale him to city level. It's the lowest I can see them scaling him to, because they brought up the Didact sheet with the nuke going off and the hard light bridge and all that stuff, wasn't it? So. Yeah, Doomslayer does have a lot of stuff, skill-wise, but I think Master Chief's better skill-wise. Since they're both known as I give Hulk a decent fight, but eventually who would win it? I'll give it to the Thing, bro. I think. So the thing is, right, is that Thing's strength does go up when he's pressed mega bad. Like, Doom's like, yeah, bro, when you're in a bad situation, like, you always find a hidden well of strength. And that's in that same run. He like gets blasted by Galactus when he's like protecting his wife and all that shit. So yeah, I think Abomination would lose that. I thought his punches were already. The fight is so one-sided. I thought, yeah, the fight's so... Listen, I think it's because a lot of the Doom fans were fucking crying. I mean, regardless of what you thought of the first fight anyway. Listen, if they do that, they've got to redo Broly versus Hulk. Like, come on, man. You know, if we're gonna be calling out bullshit, they need to redo Broly versus Hulk. This fight is so one-sided. I feel bad, but I want them to scale it accurately. Yeah. How will the fight go if they scale Doomslayer anywhere but planet level? Doomslayer's gonna stomp him. It's just gonna be like that. I'm sure you've seen the Mortal Kombat fatality video, but it's got like the skins of Doomslayer and Master Chief over them. Like mods to put their skins in the game, or character models, sorry, not skins. And Doomslayer just shits them. That's what it's gonna be. Like the best thing, the best representation for the fight I can think of is Master Chief could use the Spartan laser on Doomslayer. Doomslayer could just stand there and let it hit him, and it would be the equivalent of when Broly got hit by the Kamehameha. Right, when he just walked up to Goku while he was charging the Kamehameha, and he just stood there and didn't do anything to him. Right. Absolutely, they should redo Broly vs. Hulk. Yeah, they should. They were very dishonest in that video. I thought the animation was great. I thought the song was really good. It was just the research and all that. And I think they knew. I think they held back on the Hulk research. At least the Hulk side. I know that the Broly side had issues as well. But I mean, you can just see that they held back on it because of the stuff later on with where they scale Thor and all that shit. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's old, right? I mean, I think the animation is fine, but obviously the research behind it, the presentation of the research, it's very old Death Battle, so that does need an update for sure. But Chief really hasn't done anything crazy. I mean, if you want to scale him to a portion of his, because Aatrox, Cortana kills herself in an attempt to kill Aatrox, and in doing so, she blows up a portion of the ring that they're on, the Zeta Halo ring. And we know that the implication is, we know that Aatrox took the explosion for the implication that's shown to us on screen later on. And the last time we see him in the game in a cutscene, his face is just burnt. But I don't know, man. I don't think that's like consistent. But you know, Chief's always getting better armors anyway, like better technology. The UNSC armor, the UNSC developments when it comes to science and all that shit are always advancing because with the help of Halsey and all that stuff. So, Chad is basically the Big Bang. Yeah, it's just an infinite difference, bro. Like, it's so fucking stupid. I don't know why they're doing it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I expect the animation to be somewhat okay, at least. Like, we can find, like, you know, get something out of that. Yeah, I don't think anyone watches. I think if you're watching for the research, you're doing it to fucking get mad at something, like, you know, your day's going a bit too well, you're like it's getting a bit boring, you're like, bro, I need to get angry at something. I think my next video, it might be another Master Chief video actually. It's going to be another Master Chief video, it's going to be another Viltrumite video, related video. Hopefully I can get that out pretty quick. Master Chief versus Commander Shepard is probably a better matchup. Yeah. From what I've heard about Commander Shepard, he's probably faster, and he probably has a lot more hacksy weapons, or just a bit more. So yeah, I mean, put him against Dante. Dante, you know, they both fucking fight demons. Both got swords. I don't know. They have a few guns. You know, Kratos has the whole thing of like, yeah, kill gods, and then Doomslayer's like, yeah, kill demons. All that shit. So you can have like the somewhat related themes. The next video is Master Chief versus Jason Asano. Bro, I would do that video if I knew who Jason Asano was. That building level base, multi-city block, yeah, oh my god. Yeah, it's a bit less of a stomp. Well, it's a lot less of a stomp, yeah. I would do the Master Chief versus Samus. I don't know where Samus scales, but yeah, I could see that. How's it been? Bro, it's been going good. We're just chilling. We're just chilling now. How's it going, how's it going with yourself, bro? Yeah, sorry, bro. My I probably need to expand my horizons a bit in terms of like the fiction I've been seeing. I have to look at that. Nah, it's so good. Can't just watch them when you can, bro. fucking focus on college and all that shit. Thought they were city level or something. No, bro, no. I mean, I could understand why you would think that. Like, I think without the Johnny stuff, they probably are. They probably are. And like, without the Johnny stuff and the game and the expanded universe content, they probably are like city level. But I recently bought Planet Hulk and World War Hulk. Are they canon to the main Marvel continuity? They are canon to the main Marvel continuity, yeah. So the story goes is that Civil War basically only happened as an event to buy more time for Greg Pak to finish Planet Hulk, because they didn't think it was going to go on for that long. Oh, sorry, as long as it did. And then obviously World War Hulk happens basically right after Civil War. Also, if you guys have any like power scaling related videos you want me to look at, I'll check them out. And I can check them out on stream. I can live stream them. But make sure I'd rather, if you are going to do that, I'd prefer it to be like a ranking video, not like a versus video or something like that. Join the Doomscaling. Listen, you're assuming that I haven't already looked into it somewhat for one reason or another. Quake is also very interesting now. Commentary on me. Yeah, I've seen some of the scaling. Some of the scaling you guys did for it back when they were talking about it in Godzilla servers. How did you even make sense of Silent Hill, let alone put it in a tier list? Well, so how I started off doing it was. So what it was is that I only read about Resident Evil and Outlast in regards to scaling. I've never played a Silent Hill game before, so I had to go and talk to one of my friends about it. And then they just put me onto like the sources and all that shit, and like the main hacks and all that, and the comics and whatnot. But I mean, some of it as well is like just looking at Versus Battle Wiki as well, like seeing what qualifies for kind of hacks and all that shit. But I mean, I think when you look at the story that I use in the video for like the death manipulation, the time manipulation, all that shit, I think that's pretty blatant. You know, it's no different really than the biblical stories of God, right? When they talk about his work throughout the week, like creating Earth and whatnot. Ranking videos, I think, or something. Yeah. This fucking loser called Chad something who did some canon horror game power scaling vid. I don't know who that is, but it can't be better than mine. So, do you have plans to make a video that would be a comprehensive guide on gamma radiation? Maybe at some point. Because I don't want my videos, my channel, to be too power scaling coded, right? Because power scaling is narrative analysis, but I wanted to look more into character analysis and shit for certain characters, and I'm not too good at that right now, as silly as that may sound, right? But yeah, I do want to branch out a bit. I will do something like a lot of my friends in the past, like you should just do like lore videos on like the Hulk Mythos characters. So yeah, became interested in Hulk comics thanks to this channel. I'm trying to buy more Hulk comics. Support the industry, bro. At least regarding to the Hulk stuff. But I'm happy I could get you spark your interest in the character. That makes me feel happy. Makes it feel all worthwhile. You fuck Pyramid sideways. Oh my god. Unfortunately, can't buy Hulk comics because of how expensive they are. Yeah, if you're talking about the classic ones, then yeah, you're better off buying the volumes that they've been re-released in. Hulk needs more expensive. Yeah. I'm telling you, bro. It's the MCU effect. Halo narrative analysis video. Oh my god, bro. Maybe one day. But I follow Chad Pimp Demon. Oh my god. Listen, I hope you guys hope you all are just chilling. You know, not getting up to no good. Can I just say, I always thought Silver Surfer was in a league of his own, but in Planet Hulk, he got man out of the brain. Okay, so he's not in a league of his own, right? He's nowhere near. He's nowhere near as wanked as some people think he is. He's like in the same tier physically, I think, as like Hulk and Thor and all that. Consistently. Hacks wise, consistently wise, he's better than Thor, but I think Thor probably has more hacks. Or they probably have like the same amount basically, but Silver Surfer uses his more. Him getting beat up in Planet Hulk, it's the Warband did have to work together to beat him. I'll say that. And he could have just taken Hulk straight home if Hulk wanted to go. Maybe just the main character. Oh yeah, fuck the TV show. Yeah, fuck that. I personally like the interesting way some people will use gamma, use the gamma vision to move with the fluffy. Yeah, that's probably my favourite gamma power tied to gamma radiation. I'll be honest. Like, she basically gets Ultra Instinct from, like you said, moving with the flow of the gamma in the universe. Will there have been an infection ranking? Maybe. I was thinking about that today actually, because the new trailer for 28 Years Later came out, and so I was thinking like I could do a video on that, on ranking the various zombie outbreaks and all that kind of stuff, or zombie-esque outbreaks. I'll think about it. Relativistic messages. Yeah, it's not impossible. Wasn't Silver Surfer weakened in Planet Hulk? Yeah. Watched all the live action trailers, mini shows, and movies, the animated series, and had her loving messages. Oh, yeah. Nah, that's peak, bro. I wish my mum would fucking get into stuff like that. But she's like, you know, she's happy enough hearing me talking about it after me, you know. What's good, y'all? Yo, Tortoise, what's up, bro? If you do any section tier list, I'd love to chat about it. Yeah. I mean, I have that one that I posted before in a server. Like, I did do one before, but I don't know. That's, if I looked at it again, I'd probably change it. I can't remember how it was. Doing good, chilling right now? Yeah, same. Yeah, we all chilling in this stream right now. Yeah, your mom watching Doom stuff? Did you show her the live action Doom movie? Because the normie appeal for that movie is right there, bro. It's got Dwayne Johnson in. If anyone's got some pound scaling questions, feel free to ask. Again, if you've got any ranking videos you want me to have a look at, I'll check them out. Pound for pound rankings after before Berta BF2, bro. I don't know. I think Alexander Usyk is number one, at least. I think him clearing out cruiserweight, and obviously you take into account the fact that he's beaten Berta BF as well. He beat Berta BF in the Olympics. Yeah, he cleared out cruiserweight, and then he went to heavyweight, and he basically beat everyone. And obviously became the first undisputed heavyweight in basically 20 plus years. Yeah, he beat the best, basically the best of that era. So he beat Fury and Joshua, and obviously he beat Daniel Dubois as well. And the Dubois win, like, you can say whatever you want to say about the low blows, but if you're talking about a pound for pound list, that inherently just takes into account skill. and shit, and he was just out. He was more skilled than Daniel. You can sure you want to say, "Oh, Daniel hit him. You know, it was hard enough for him. It's whatever." But overall, in that fight, Daniel was getting out skilled. But I'll be honest, I don't really keep up with boxing all that well. I in the sense of like, I'm more of attracted to the heavyweight boxers more than the lower weight classes. I just don't. I was gonna get into like watching Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney and all that kind of stuff, but after it came out that Ryan Garcia basically, you know, cheated on his last fight, it was like really disappointing. It's like, okay, you just did this amazing thing where everyone was pretty much sleeping on you. You seemed like you weren't taking the fight seriously and all that kind of stuff, and you just beat Devin Haney's ass. You know what I mean? So I have a Doomslayer helmet, a Doomslayer figure, a Devil statue, and more. Oh my god, bro! You going crazy on the Doom memorabilia. Yeah, we saw the 2005 one. She enjoyed it because it was done fun, but I didn't know it was not accurate. I showed her the Doom game trailer, which was showed her the Doom match. That's dope. That's dope. Heard current Thor has some insane buffs. You think Hulk can take him? Yeah. I mean, they're fighting next issue, and there's going to be multiple fights. So it's like a short two. So yeah. I think he's actually the same height as Muhammad Ali, and I think he's around the same weight. So, you know, it's proof that if Muhammad Ali was alive these days, he wouldn't be a stomp stats wise. But yeah, it's more. Yeah, it's, you know, it's like the Tyson fighting. Mike Tyson fighting, like, he's a lot taller. I mean, shorter, than the average heavyweight back then. So the fact that he was able to do as well as he did is just like a testament to how good he was. Just at your channel, yeah, I did upload. I did. Don't worry about it if you don't get notifications. It's fine. Just please tune in to the video. Did Battle Beast get stronger post prison fight? I don't think so. No. I think that he doesn't really take any fight seriously. Then, in that fight, when they break out of prison initially, and then when he participates in the Viltrumite War, he just beats the shit out of Thula. Thula's like implied to be one of the top Viltrumites, and then the reason why he gets nagged by Frag is because his jetpack's fucked. And he also can't breathe in space, so... Haney boring as fuck. Yeah, he is. And his dad, bro, his dad pisses me the fuck off. Bill Haney just yapping for him at the press conferences and everything. It's like, bro, sure. I also have Dead Space remake. Oh man, that's fucking sick. Dead Space is so fucking dope. I need to finish the remake. I'm a fraud, bro. I haven't finished it. Is the Boo video still coming? Eventually, bro. Yes, I promise. There's just a bunch of stuff I wanted. I lost interest in doing it at the start of the year. And I have a bunch of more videos I want to do before I do that. Sentry versus Hyperion. Depends what Hyperion. There are a lot of Hyperions. We're talking about like the most recent Hyperion. I would say, oh, I don't know. I can't remember if I'd probably say Sentry. Oh yeah, I should say that Hulk is actually pretty smart, but Hulk is the one who makes it. Yeah. So the Green Scar persona was created in response to Banner Hulk being in such a hostile environment, right? They had to adapt to that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's the basically how the reason why he's so like battle savvy. I need to do the just on the remake to get sequence. Yeah. I did want to complete it, and I wanted to do it where you keep picking up the artifacts and shit, and you see like Isaac's character change and all that stuff. You think Crawford can really go up to 168 and compete there? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Because I don't know if he beats Canelo, to be honest. Like, I think that might be a bit too heavy for him. If maybe Dark Souls skating. I'm not, unfortunately, bro. The most I've played of a Souls-like game was Elden Ring. And I got right up to before you fought Radahn. And honestly, I didn't really pick up the scale in there either. All I know is that like Radahn kind of like basically beat Melania, and then Melania kind of like ratted and used, that I forgot what it's called, Scarlet Rot or whatever, to win the fight. Poison him. Maybe a Halo Spartan ranking or a full ranking. That is an idea that I've got in the pipeline. Yeah. I do. I can at least do a top 10. I have a tier list for a top 10. So yeah, Spartan ranking would be a bit because I have to read all the novels and that first. Yeah, not many people not scale Souls again on YouTube. Yeah, I feel like you see like the odd idea of like, could like Crisis did, could Link, how would Link do in Elden Ring and all that kind of stuff. I don't think you ever really see the videos of the Souls games really crossing over. Yeah, not many people scale. Oh, sorry. Skyfall rankings could be done. I mean, right now it would be like Thor, Zeus, and then what's his name? The Prime Eternal. I think it's I want to say Ajax. I don't know. I can't remember. But the Prime Eternal is a Skyfather. So I did see someone scale higher tiers in Dark Souls Outer. Yeah, I've seen someone scale them to Outer. At least for the Elden Ring stuff. I don't know if it's valid or not though. Just I did see someone. Yo, Parrot, long time no see. What the fuck? How you been doing, bro? Besides him, not many else do it, and the ones who do it don't do it very accurately from what I've seen. That was apparently institutional defense. No, so the bad guy in Thunderbolts is Sentry. You'll know who Sentry is when you get to World War Hulk. He's not a fusion of all the Avengers put into one. but power-wise, raw power-wise, he's stronger than if you put all the Avengers into one. So if you put Captain Marvel, Wanda in Endgame, Thor, Hulk, and all that thing, you could put all those characters into one, and the Sentry would still be stronger, because it's not like, oh, he's as strong as all the Avengers put into one. He's stronger than all the Avengers put into one. And I also have statements saying that, like, he's not the strongest enemy in history. He's stronger than anyone that the Thunderbolts has ever fought. You know, so he's stronger than anyone the Avengers has ever faced. So he's got fucking crazy statements. Again, these might not withstand for the time the film comes out, because sometimes the movies can be a letdown when it comes to trying to justify these statements. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're better on, surviving. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. But yeah, same. I think I'm always like functioning at like a 7 out of 10. Could be better, could be worse. But if you're a bit lower than that, I hope things will start looking up. We need to start uploading again, bro. We need to see more quality content. What Marvel character would you confidently say low diffs both Thor and Hulk together? I would say Thor and Hulk together. Oh, Power Man. There's this version of Luke Cage right now that so basically Marvel established these comics called under the banner of like Timeless, right? And each one is different, focused on different characters than the last. But it exists as a way to like preview up and coming storylines and events that Marvel's doing, basically. And the one for the most recent one was basically this future where Luke Cage, a future version of Luke Cage, is the only hero left on Earth, and Khonshu has basically exerted his influence as a god over the entirety of Earth, and he's basically collecting people's souls, pretty much. Like, he's tricking the people of Earth to give them his souls, to give them their souls. Sorry. And he's succeeding. Luke Cage has the powers of Iron Fist, Hulk, and Sentry, and the Void, all together in one. And it's not like it's almost like he's absorbed them, rather like how it's spoke about. He's more so he's absorbed them, rather than like it's like when people get hit by gamma, get turned into gamma mutates, it's like, oh, they have the strength of the Hulk, when it's like, it's not literally the strength of the Hulk, right? It's just so, oh, Hulk's a gamma mutate, you're a gamma mutate, so you're both really strong. It's not that, it's like he literally has like the power of the Sentry and all that kind of stuff in one. But basically, he's so strong that they say that he basically one-shots Khonshu after Khonshu had ascended into like a celestial. When he did that, he went through time, back in time, to the current present day Marvel universe. So he exists right now as like in the same timeline as current Hulk, current Thor, and all that. He's stated to be Earth's mightiest defender even now. The author of the run were basically like, this character is the new Cosmic Ghost Rider, in the sense that we were tasked by Tom Brevoort, which is the one of the main Marvel editors, to come up with the most powerful hero you can put to paper. And who he's fighting right now is this guy called Aeon the Knife. And Aeon the Knife is basically the ultimate Inhuman, right? He's the prophesized, like, perfect Inhuman. He can cut through anything. He can cut through, like, the pages and all that. That's what they say, it's the writers say. And you see him do that. He's shit on a... I mean, this isn't really all that good compared to what I've brought up, but he shits on Apocalypse. They say that Power Man is like the most powerful guy in any room. He will be the most powerful guy in any room. There's a synopsis statement that says he's the most powerful being to ever set foot in the solar system, which is just ridiculous. But yeah, I think he's up there with like current Jean Grey, who's like strong, who's stated to be stronger than ever multiple times. So yeah, that's who I think would load it. I still think your channel is pretty great. By the way, Chad, should have popped off while I got these videos. Yeah, it's me slacking 100%. I'm trying to be more consistent now. I'm trying to do a video every 2 weeks, and I get help from like Goji Chronic when it comes to like boosting my views, because he like shares the videos on his community tabs. But yeah, I'm hoping they kick up a bit. The Marvel stuff tends to do all right, like the Marvel comic stuff. So I do want to do I'll probably save this now until the movie comes out, but I want to do Superman vs Hulk in the same vein that I've done like Thor versus Hulk and Thanos versus Hulk. So yeah, see. I mean, there's that one Skrull that has the powers of everyone in the MCU. Yeah. So Gaia. So Jihad, her powers are weird because so she's basically meant to be Super Skrull, right? Her and Gravik were meant to be Super Skrulls. And the thing about Super Skrull is that, at least in the comics, the first time Super Skrull actually shows up and he has the powers of the Fantastic Four, Reed Richards is like, bro, this not only does he have all our powers, but individually, his version of our powers surpass our own. I don't know if there's no statement to say that Gia has that or Gravik has that. It's just that they have all the powers of the people who the characters of DNA they have. Again, we see a list of all the characters that they have, and it seems like it's really weird. Okay, first of all, they don't have Doctor Strange and they don't have Wanda, so that's two off the table straight away. I mean, Doctor Strange's stuff is like more knowledge anyway than like an inherent like power system or whatever, in the sense that like genetic, like DNA stuff. But they have Captain Marvel and they have Thor. Thor, I'd imagine they'd have to go through a similar process of what he did in Ragnarok if they wanted to unlock the lightning. But even then, in Thor Love and Thunder, Thor implies that he designed his own power, because he's like, yeah, I based my powers off of yours. When he's talking to Zeus, he's like, yeah, lightning, thunder, all that kind of stuff. So that's weird. But even then, Gia is restricted to Captain Marvel's level of power in as it is in Endgame, because Captain Marvel gets stronger at the end of Captain Marvel 2, because she like breaks the limits to restart Hela's son. I wouldn't include Sentry in that. Well, sorry, I wouldn't include that version of Captain Marvel in that statement for Sentry. The thing is, though, is that Sentry has better statements than the one in that trailer, so it doesn't matter. So yeah. Luke Cage glazed, yeah, they glazing the fuck out of him. The thing is, as well, is so Aeon is so powerful that he was able to split the void, cut the void out of Luke. So now it's like Luke is gonna have to fight Aeon and the Void next issue. So if he does really well, he might just be too OP. Who do you think is more skilled, Comic Wonder Woman or Comic Thor? Comic Wonder Woman. Comic Wonder Woman. Had to go for the most obscure thing, huh? Yeah. I mean, listen, I've been ripping Power Man for a bit now, ever since he came out. He's very Dragon Ball coded as well. The guys are like, yeah, this is like a homage to Dragon Ball and shit. Like he beats Khonshu by doing the Dragon Fist. Like, he literally just a Dragon Fist. Other than that, he's just a cool character. Like, the whole concept of him is like, Luke Cage is like so zen and calm that he's the reason why he can keep control of these living weapons. If I ever upload something in the same area, I'll give you the plug. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. I always appreciate a good shout out. Comic variants of the movie. Oh, you're gonna have to be more. Wait, I don't know what that's referred to. Sorry. Do you know the scanning for My Adventures? My Adventures with Superman Supergirl. Okay, other than being best girl, she is probably. So, Brainiac implies that he has like a surface wiper for a weapon that can surface wipe Earth, and even though she's like weakened, she's able to like push through it. So you can probably say like multi-continental, maybe. Other than that, I'd probably say like, I don't know, fucking sea level or some shit. I hate Secret Invasion for me so much. Secret Invasion might be number one when it comes to fumbling a comic to movie comic to like live action adaptation. I think Planet Hulk's up there. I mean, Ragnarok's up there for the Planet Hulk stuff, and Thor Ragnarok storyline as well. Like, even if you think Thor Ragnarok is a good movie, it butchers both. You know, its namesake, the comic that it bases its namesake off of, and the source material for the movie itself. So, like Planet Hulk, it butchers that. It just does. Is MCU Hulk a DCU Doomsday victim? I don't fucking know, man. The thing is I think if you say that Doomsday is like planet level, I think there's probably there's probably just as much for that going for Hulk. And obviously they both get stronger while they're fighting, but I think that Hulk has better stuff to show for it. Like his increases in strength are just better based on his fights. So I would probably say the Hulk does win. Yo, Chad, did you like the absolute Martian Manhunter shit? I did. I liked how fucking trippy it was, and I love Martian Manhunter's design. I mean, Luke Cage is the Iron Fist, so he has to do a better Dragon Fist. Yeah, that is true. Love and Thunder, Butcher go to. Yeah, Love and Thunder might be number 2. Love and Thunder is probably number 2 when it comes to butchering storylines. Bobo. Yeah, sorry, my bad. It would be for comics, both from comic versions. I've already been looking into it. The main thing I need to look into is like, obviously Superman is just stated to be stronger than ever now, like mind and body wise. That would include his at least I think it would include his past sun amps. So I just need to know how much those respective amps are. What's your stance on MCU Gore being above or below Hela? I think MCU Gore is below Hela. If you watch my MCU Thanos versus MCU Hela video, I have some statements for Hela. That not many people know about. Like how Taika Waititi says, if I was to do a Thor 5, I would somehow have to come up with a villain more formidable than Hela. I don't think Thor really got that much stronger either. Is the thing, It's like you can be like, oh yeah, well, he does like planet level shit in the movie or whatever. Like, but you can go back and give your planet level scaling anyway. So who gives a shit? And then I think what happened is, because they state in the audio book for Endgame that Thor is not in fighting shape, and he hasn't been in fighting shape for years. So I think it's a God of War situation, right? Because in God of War, when Atreus is talking to Kratos, in Ragnarok, where he's talking to Atreus, he's like, how do I get a body like yours? And he's like, you have to work hard, you have to be disciplined about it. And it's not necessarily that, like, he's gonna get, Atreus is gonna develop the strength that way, because that'll come to him inherently. It's that if you want the physique, you've got to be disciplined, right? Like Thor isn't disciplined. Thor's a drunk fucking retard. So that's why he's fat, right? But if he was disciplined, he could get a physique like Kratos. I think it's the same thing like Thor in the MCU. He's inherently strong, but he lets himself go, and so in order to get his god bod back, he has to be, working out. Still convicted on Hell vs. Gore. It just sucks that Gore didn't do much God butchering. Yeah, he doesn't do anything. Like, Also, they say that, like, in the press release for Thor Ragnarok, they're like, yeah, this is the ultimate Thor movie. In regards to, like, what's going to happen in it, right? Like, Surtur showing up, Hela showing up. They don't do that for Thor 4. True, Odin had a planet statement and a god. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's sad. We'll probably get proper Planet Hulk most likely now. Yeah. All we can do is go back and watch the animated movie, sadly, which we'll never get a sequel. I'm pretty sure that movie was like a part of a deal that they did with, it was Lionsgate. So yeah, probably won't see a sequel to it. MCU Eternals versus Phase 4 Avengers. Peak Phase 4. Oh, Phase 4 Avengers? The Avengers don't exist in Phase 4, bro. They're shut down. But if you were to just like put a makeshift team together, like She-Hulk, Falcon, Sam Wilson, Captain America, Winter Soldier, I guess, Ant-Man, I would say that the Eternals body, at least using the supplementary statements. I think it's a statement. Yeah, there is a yeah. So when the movie was coming out, Gore said that he's more formidable than Hela, and then Gore just gets shit on for pretty much all of the movie, and then Taika came out and basically just said, Hela's more formidable than him. They could have done so much better for Gore. Yeah, I mean, Christian Bale is in the movie like acting his ass off, and they don't give him anything to make him like appear strong, right? Because when Thor finds that giant dead god, is it Endgame Phase 4? If you meant Endgame, then that's good. That's good to know. It's pretty late. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good night. Okay, if you meant Endgame, General Shepard, then I think the Avengers win. I think if you include Carol would beat Icarus. Wanda would beat pretty much anyone that she fought. Oh, actually, see, Druig is like the issue. I think Druig's actually the issue. So I won't say you got completely shot on it. Yeah, but the thing is, right, is that like Thor and Jane were weakened in that 2v1. Thor giving out his power to those kids weakened him. There's a statement in this like novel that I translated that like he says weakened because of that. I think I actually surprised, but didn't Christian Bale like say the same statement prior? But look about it wasn't Christian Bale. I'm pretty sure it was Taika Waititi. He said Gore is more formidable than Hela. Yeah, Hela bullying Loki, Valkyrie, and Thor, and then there's just a statement that even if Hulk fought her, they won't be able to stop her. So yeah, they did waste to destroying the MCU. What are your thoughts about the upcoming Absolute Batman vs Absolute Bane? I don't know. I need to see how they write Bane, right? Because like making him that big is just fine, but it depends on what his character's actually like. Right now, though, I'm more interested in what they do with this new version of Mr. Freeze, right? Like he's able to just infect you with that disease. And obviously Bruce was like Bruce was exposed to it at the end of last issue, so Chad, a bit more of a narrative question. What if Superman and all the Krypton stuff was moved to Marvel? How differently could his origins be, and how he affects Marvel? Okay, so if you're just moving the character from DC and with his like established mythos and all that shit, I think that so I don't really know much about Superman comics, but I think how you could write it is the Celestials meddled in with Krypton, and it's their the evolution of it and all that shit, in a way that like I think you can write it as Superman is basically like the ultimate Kryptonian, but in the sense of Celestials, because what they go around doing scientific research on planets and all that, and using planets for like experiments or all that shit. Celestials use Krypton, ancient Krypton, as a ground for experimentation, all that shit. Superman is basically like the ultimate result of that, pretty much, and that he is on his way. Right, he's it would take him billions and billions. Like in DC, he's gonna live forever, right? Like the most recent shit with Time Trapper Doomsday, it's like at the end of time, it's just gonna be me and you, buddy. So I think with that, you can say like it would take billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of years, but eventually he's gonna ascend to like the same status as a Celestial, like his existence is. But with the other Krypton stuff, I would say that like they're kind of like very much lesser versions of that. Supergirl's probably in the same ballpark. I would write, but other than that, I think that's fine. The Freeze, the Thing. What? Plus Mr. Freeze. The Freeze, the Thing. The Freeze. I don't agree with Kishi's that Wanda being my Yeah, I mean, after Multiverse of Madness, I definitely don't think that she'd get mind hexed. What do you think would have happened to Loki from season 2 if Cassandra succeeded with the time machine? I don't know. I mean, so the way that it's said in Deadpool 3 is that like the Time Ripper basically does the same shit as what was happening to the universes being destroyed in Loki season 2, and Loki was surviving that, right, because he has the time the time slipping magic, right? So he's technically not really part of it because he can just manipulate his existence in that way, which is why he's able to face for everything. At least that's how I interpret it. Celestial, God of Hope, Superman. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Do you find what is funny? Yeah. Damn, making him essentially like Doomsday in a way. Yeah. So Doomsday would be like... Doomsday would still be the creation of Bertram and all that kind of stuff. He would be what mortals can achieve. Or actually, I think you can write it in a way where Bertram was like a survivor of the Celestials, or he knew about them and all that kind of stuff, and he was like concerned about them returning. So in response, he makes Doomsday, and basically the same shit happens with Doomsday, as it did, when he was first debuting. Like, he was like the first person to make Darkseid feel fear. You can change that to like, he was like the first person to make Thanos feel fear or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, could shoot up about it kind of look like lasers, but I don't know if they're probably bullets. Like, could have just picked Takas. Yeah. Does DC Superman every sense way? Yeah. So the Blue Beetle shit should be canon, and basically, oh my god, the music stopped again. So the Blue Beetle stuff should be canon to this universe, and basically what it is like a Green Lantern smacked the Scarab into a planet, and the planet fucking blew up. And and James Gunn has already said that, like, when he's talking about Guy Gardner, he's like, yeah, Guy Gardner's super cocky and all that kind of stuff, and he thinks he can beat Superman, but he can't, right? So, Guy Gardner should just be like, well, should already be planet level, really. Like, if he's smacking the Scarab so hard that it's destroying a planet. Like, it's in the opening credits for Blue Beetle, if anyone wants to check the video. How would you write Rao, the Krypton god, if he was placed in Marvel with the planet? I don't really know that much, but I would say that it's would be in a similar vein to I would just make him like the Skyfather, but I would he would be to the Kryptonians what Odin and Zeus are to the Asgardians and the Greek gods. But again, Superman ultimately has that potential, and when he in these super stressed out situations and shit, story Superman kicks in. How do you think MCU Doctor Doom would shape up? Or rather, what do you think his feature will be? I think he's going to neg everyone who's going to be in the first movie. And that includes Sentry. I think Sentry is going to be used to the same effect that Hulk was used for Infinity War. It's a shame that we didn't get to see Loki in What If. I mean, there's Loki. Yeah, I don't know what he... Obviously, we have the variants showing up like in season 1. episode 3, but yeah, him not showing up, or like showing up in Multiverse of Deadpool 3. Bit dumb. Does DCU beat Doctor Fate beat MCU Doctor Strange? I can't fucking remember. My DCU knowledge is fucking hazy. But I do know what, I'm pretty sure Key Issues did a video on that, on DCU Doctor Fate versus MCU Doctor Strange. So if you want an actual answer, just go and check that out. Listen, bro. I think RDJ's a good actor, right? And I don't know, man. Like, because I think they're just gonna like make him an Iron Man variant or some shit like that, and I think it's gonna be so fucking stupid. And obviously, you have the whole Reed and Doctor Doom relationship. If that doesn't exist, like, is he even really Doctor Doom? I mean, maybe make Rao a Celestial instead of... Yeah, that's what it would be for me. It would be like, if Superman could ascend to that same level as a Celestial, Rao would be the closest the Kryptonians ever gotten to that. Does Red Hulk in the MCU have any scaling? Not really. I mean, he's just like stronger than... I mean, I think he's like stronger than anyone up to Black Panther. You can probably put him on the same level, probably just under the level of Cull Obsidian. Just because he just takes a fucking... So he keeps punching Sam's wings, and obviously Sam's wings, they're vibranium, so they absorb the energy, and all that energy gets basically redirected back at him, and he survives and he gets back up. That's better than, you know, that's that. But first of all, that's also his own energy being redirected upon him. But that's better. I think that's better than Cull Obsidian surviving Black Panther hitting him with like a, you know, punch like that. But I would say, yeah, he's at least stronger than Black Panther. I mean, I think he can be taken seriously. It really just depends on how he performs the character. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the Russo said that they were. I think it was like they, or the screenwriters were like, about doing it, but then the idea, like the perfect, idea came to them the story for the movie. So yeah, I'm hoping that the Spider-Man show was very good. The animated Spider-Man show was very, very good. The X-Men show was really good. X-Men '97. I've heard very mixed things about Daredevil Born Again. But I'm hoping that Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four are good. How strong do you think MCU Silver Surfer will be? I can't see Silver Surfer being any weaker than Silver Surfer in 2007 was portrayed. We already know that she's faster than Johnny Storm. Fucking I don't know. Do you think mutants could coexist with the metahumans if the mutants were put into DC? No, because they basically. I mean, not. They basically already exist among mutants anyway, and the public still hate them. So. Most anticipated Fantastic Four. I want to see Thunderbolts. I want to see Thunderbolts more. And that isn't like, because of just the scale. The only really thing I'm interested in seeing from Fantastic Four is Galactus now, and I'd imagine he's probably going to be in the last trailer. So. Yeah, he probably will put on an accent. Invincible is only 220 times the speed of light. I don't fucking know, but that's the calc I used. I know that there's other calcs out there. Is it true no character in the MCU has access to light speed combat reaction? That's cap. That's cap. If you don't want to say it's consistent, that's fine. But to say they just don't have it full stop, that's the lie. Because we have people just reacting to Captain Marvel's photon beams. There's a wild statement in a novel, a toy novel. For that can put them way above the speed of light. Yeah, I mean the most blatant shit is Thanos and Dar-Benn. Dar-Benn is the villain from the Marvels, Captain Marvel 2, and she just reacts to Carol's photon beam. So Iron Man's lasers, bro. No one ever reacts to the actual lasers. I don't think, like the literal lasers. But yeah, like Leader says, he's repulsors are like particle beams, which are 99% speed of light. So Yeah. No one scales to the lasers in terms of speed. Will Soulstorm have planet-sized barriers into Galactic Void? I doubt they'll be planet-sized, but they'll probably maybe be like, you'll have like, there'll be, some planet-level durability for them. I hope to get some gameplay when you see another time for it. Eventually, I will stream a game. Maybe I'll get like Hulk Ultimate Destruction on an emulator or some shit, and play that. But the next stream should be scaling related, so tune in for that. It's probably going to be on like a Sunday, probably late Saturday, early Sunday. No, sorry, late Saturday or just late Sunday. Where does 2011 Hal Jordan scale? Oh, right, okay, so it's anywhere from like city level, because it's stated like the Green Lantern ring is like the most powerful weapon in the universe. And then I've seen a calc for planet level, based on Kilowog making that star construct. So, yeah. Is Mark surpasses that level limit? Yeah. I do want to have strong glasses. Should be at least planet level. I should hope so anyway. You know the scaling for PS5 Spider-Man? Isn't he like town level, I think? All I know is like from talking to Crisis, because obviously Crisis has done a bunch of videos on that version of Spider-Man, so I probably will play those games soon though. I've got to get through the God of War games first. I've got to do God of War Ragnarok, then I'm doing Cyberpunk, then I'll probably do Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2. I've recently seen it, and if I remember correctly, yeah, he makes like a star, and it has like the gravitational pull of one. So yeah, I want to watch the anime though first. So I want to watch Edgerunners, and then I'll play the actual game. The Cyberpunk Ninjas. Speaking of God of War, you play the OG trilogy? No. I watched Crisis live stream those to me, when he was kind of getting into the scaling a bit, and I didn't look like. To me, it didn't look very fun. No, but I've been playing God of War 2008. I forgot which fucking game. 2018 or something like that. And that's really good. Do you think a character is multi-continental if they destroyed several advanced civilizations? I guess it depends on to what extent and how they destroyed them. Yeah. I know the animated prequel. Cyber Ninja that guards the Arasaka girl versus Winter Soldier. I mean, maybe I could do something like that. Yeah. The thought of first one scan to Johnny Super is cool. Okay, but the things strength levels fluctuate with his mood. Like that's what Reed says in the first movie. And again, it's just obviously I was using the expanded universe stuff as well, and the games make it a lot more consistent. Like they just beat Doctor Doom with the power of the Silver Surfer in the video game. Like you just beat him. So the OG God of War games are fun, but favorite PR series? What does PR mean? Someone please tell me what does PR mean? Do I know the scaling for Resident Evil? Well, buddy. Well, actually, it depends on if you're talking about the movies or the games. But I do know the scaling for the games. Yeah, I have a couple of videos on RE scaling. Favorite? Oh yeah, I mean if it's Power Rangers, then I don't. The last Power Rangers show I can remember consciously watching was Dino Thunder, I think. But I think Wild Force was my Power Rangers. I do, General Shepherd. Yeah, I do. Look at my channel, bruh. Alright, Rockin' Alice. See you later. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate the support. I'm glad you did RE videos because yeah, the only other I've seen obviously a few channels do some Resident Evil scaling. A lot of the time it's just putting our Albert Wesker up against someone like Alex Mercer or Homelander or Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul. But it's all like the same scaling, and the biggest person I've heard talk about it is Seth. Like Seth talk is like kind of interested in it because he plays the game. So, MCU Thanos versus DCU Doomsday. I'll give it to MCU Thanos. Too skilled. Weapons too good. You seem like to. Fun fact about that: I was actually going to do a video scaling the angriest characters in fiction. So like Hulk, Atrocitus, Ashura, Kratos, Doomslayer. I was probably gonna replace one of them with Darth Vader. But I don't know. So Hulk in Infinity Watch will first look at small. Infinity Watch. Do you mean the comic? The recent comic run? Or do you mean Infinity War, the movie? Yes to what? Which one? The movie? You're gonna have to be more specific. Tell me which one, the comic or the movie? The comic. Yeah. He's okay. So he's stronger than Thor and Captain Marvel. He's in the same. He's. I mean, I think he won that fight against Thanos fair and square. Thanos turned his back. Right, you don't. Keep eyes on your opponents at all times, kind of thing. But I also think that he did better against Thanos than Thor did in his fight. And then there's just the implication that Hulk was the strongest one on Earth that could stop Thanos. So, like when the Mind Stone literally called out to, I mean, I think it should have planetary range. So, what Thanos just punch it? Well, he's not just gonna punch him. He's gonna just cut him up and shit. So, but I mean, I guess you could say that makes him stronger. But I guess it depends on how close you think they are, like strength wise. Yeah, DCU Doomsdays and all that. At least compared to his fucking comic counterpart. Right, I'm looking through a certain channel right now to see if there's any ranking bits I can live stream for the last 10-20 minutes. IDW Shockwave versus Brainiac. I don't know even one of those scales. I mean, if it's comic Brainiac, I know that he just fought Superman. But I don't know anything about IDW Shockwave. I feel like MCU Thanos gets a ton of downplay these days. I think it must come from how this make it in a luxury level. I think MCU Thanos gets downplayed now because a lot of people think everyone's stronger than him for some reason. Is Doomsday Multi-Constant? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm not like a calc guy. So Hulk vs Godzilla 2025 is. Listen, bro. So right now, the record between them is 1-1. So, and in this, I don't mean that like one each of them have a win. I mean, Godzilla's 1-1, and then the second one is inconclusive, right? Because obviously Godzilla stepped on Hulk in like the 70s, I think. And then and then in the most recent one, they don't fight; they just stand there, and Hulk's like, "Oh yeah, I could win." It's like, bro, you couldn't. Like, you could not beat up a Hulk out Godzilla. But we're actually gonna get the matchup twice again this year, I think. We're gonna see some form of it. So Death Battle are doing Godzilla vs Hulk, and then we've got Godzilla vs the Marvel Universe run, which comes out later this year. So make a video on Snyder vs Gunn in hand-to-hand combat. Oh my god, I wouldn't be surprised if Snyder whooped his ass. I'm not gonna lie. But they had Thanos down all the time though. Yeah. Thanos just, you know. That fucking scene where the scene in the comics in Secret Wars 2015 where Doom negs Thanos, that shit's echoing through Thanos' fucking timeline, bro. Like, I don't think people have forgot that. Hulk's winning, I'm saying that's got to the fun. I mean, I think it's listen, the fact that they've got to use Comp Godzilla, I think is fucking rat. I'm not gonna lie. I think strength-wise, I mean, for what I've seen, Hulk's fine. But Godzilla's just got a bunch of like very unconventional fucking abilities. But you know, I could also see Hulk being able to counter them in some regard. But, you know, if they're gonna fumble it, I just hope that the animation and the song is good, like it was for Broly vs Hulk. Right, I'm gonna fucking live stream this video for the last 15 minutes. It's on ranking every Hulk from weakest to strongest by fucking Danko. Do you think Whedon treated Hulk better than any other Marvel director? Yeah. Yeah, Joss Whedon actually did a really good job with the characters in other than the fucking Black Widow Bruce Banner relationship, which I mean I kind of get what he was going for. You know, these two are like almost self-perceived monsters. You know that they both can't really have any like into proper like physically intimate moments with each other because of like past reasons established in the past, but it's just awkward, bro. Especially when you got the whole Captain America Black Widow shit going on in like Winter Soldier. So, bro, it's DCU Crypto versus Homelander close, bro. Fucking DCU Crypto beating the shit out of Superman while Superman's like dying and Crypto's just playing about. That one hit would like knock Homelander's head off his shoulders. Honestly, Godzilla and Hell would have been enough. Yeah, he's the best characterization for the most kind of Godzilla. Okay. If it's by Danko, you should just play the video he stole the idea from. Well, the thing is I don't know where he got that. So, what I will do, instead of giving him the view, I can just download the video and play it here. I think that would be better. So invite him onto stream. Danko would never come on here, bro. He wouldn't even reply to people in his own server, his own Discord server. Never mind joining a VC with someone. Listen, I just hope that the Stan Lee documentary is kind of sus though, from what I've heard. Like, the guy kind of withheld it until a few years after. That's kind of weird. But yeah, I heard he did get done really dirty towards the end of his life, which fucking sucks. You know, a guy with that much, oh shit, you know, that much enthusiasm and all that for life and whatnot. I'm excited for Jason Aaron writing Godzilla vs. 4. Listen, I don't really care. I don't really care about any of the other comics. I'll read them, but I was kind of most excited for this Godzilla vs. Hulk one. I just hope for you, Joe, that it's actually a versus fight, right? I'm assuming it will, because Godzilla's meant to be possessed by a demon summoned by the hand, so Wesker versus Homelander win. Soon, not soon, but like eventually I'll get around to that, because that is, surprisingly, that hasn't been done yet, and that's one of the biggest like fucking YouTube short, TikTok type matchups I've ever seen on here. So right. Okay, I downloaded this video. get it up real quick. Move this one.
There are a whole lot of different versions
Bro,
of the
can you guys hear
Hulk
that?
in Marvel. Actually, a surprising number of different versions. In a day where we're going to rank each and every one of them from weakest.
Because I can't. Can you hear it? Because I might... If I can't hear it, I'm just going to have to fucking watch the video. You can hear the video. Oh, okay, you can hear it. Alright. Right. I'm gonna mute my mic, so I'll hear it on my phone because I don't want to be playing it down. I don't want to be playing it on my phone. So I'm gonna be okay. Let me rephrase that. I'm gonna be listening to my live stream on my phone. So while I play this, I can hear it through my phone, right? But I'm gonna mute myself so that you guys aren't hearing double. And then I'll unmute. I'm gonna be writing his ranking down as well. I'm gonna be writing his ranking down on a notepad, and then I'm gonna break it down for y'all before I go why it's wrong.
To strongest. Yeah, all of them are strong, but who's truly the strongest one there is? Well, let's get to it. What's up, guys? This is Danco. I do fight breakdowns, power ranking videos, or more deep dives into your favorite characters and franchises, with new videos every week. So if that seems great to you, well, sit back and enjoy the video. Hit that like button if you want to, or hit the subscribe button while you're at it. The Hulk wasn't always green. In fact, he started out as gray, and way weaker than he normally is. He only comes out at night, he's actually pretty smart, and only lasted a full 6 issues. But then the Hulk turned green, and the rest is history. Still, Hulk started out as gray, and he's the weakest here. Joe Fixit is pretty much the only other time Hulk turned gray. This time when the Hulk was prevented from transforming back into Bruce Banner, and so an alternate personality showed up, Joe Fixit.
Okay, right now it's not that.
He's smarter than the normal Hulk, but he's
right now it's not that bad. Yeah, Grey Hulk is the weakest version of Hulk. At least that version that he's talking about. Like the first ever version of Hulk that we ever see on a page. And then yeah, classic Joe Fixit is the second weakest, I think, based on what I've seen so far. So
the cap on his strength, as he doesn't really get stronger the angrier he gets. Also, he doesn't really do much hero stuff. Instead, just hangs out in Las Vegas, working security for the casinos. The Hulk in the MCU is a lot like Hulk in the comics, but he's been through a whole lot of different transformations over the years. Starting out in the Incredible Hulk as the more savage Hulk, he eventually became an Avenger and a hero. He transformed more into the Green Scar persona in Ragnarok, and then finally became Professor Hulk in Endgame. And while he's not quite on par with a lot of versions of the Hulk in comics, he's still done some absolutely incredible things, fighting against Thor, punching Surtur in the face, or even snapping the Infinity Gauntlet. Speaking of Professor Hulk, here he is. At some point, Doc Samson, Marvel's resident superhero therapist, realized that Bruce Banner and the Hulk's different personas were at some point going to destroy.
Okay, so a few things. Obviously, fucking MCU Hulk is not stronger than Joe Fixit. But saying that Joe Fixit doesn't get angrier, as soon as he gets stronger, the angrier he gets, he's just fucking wrong. It's such a stupid thing to say.
Destroy each other, and so he used hypnosis to merge the different psyches, creating the Professor Hulk, the intelligence of Banner with the incredible strength and power of the Hulk. Of course, this kinda had some flaws. When Professor Hulk would get real mad, he would transform into the body of Banner with the mind of the Hulk. So not really the best combination. In the Ultimate Universe, Bruce Banner was a genius scientist working to recreate the super soldier serum that created the iconic Captain America. The serum he developed, though, didn't transform him into the newest super soldier, but the massively powerful Hulk. While Bruce would at times have control over his transformation, the Manhattan Crisis, where he killed over 800 people after he lost control, would always alienate him from the hero community. Embracing his darker nature, Banner joined forces with the Maker in his war against the world, before eventually returning to smashing in the name of good. The love of Bruce Banner, Betty Ross can transform into a giant raging behemoth known as Red She-Hulk. So basically everyone in Bruce's life has become a Hulk at some point or another. But because Betty is a Red Hulk, that means that she isn't just incredibly strong, but she can also absorb gamma radiation from everyone around her. It basically means that she can transform any Hulk back into their human form. But while she is incredibly powerful, she was even able to fight against Worldbreaker Hulk in one of her forms, Betty has really no control over her powers and abilities, which puts her down on the list. Betty isn't the only.
Well, I have no idea why having no control over the powers would put you down on a list that's meant to be dependent on how strong you are. Bro, this is what he gets for copying fucking Screen Rant articles. Is because he doesn't, he obviously doesn't proofread them to see if they're actually if you're gonna steal other people's scaling, at least steal good scaling. Not that I'm endorsing stealing scaling to begin with, but
only woman in Bruce's life, his cousin, Fusion. Just like Hulk Light, she's not as strong as the real Hulk, but she's able to transform into the Hulk at will. Doesn't really lose control while in her Hulk form. Of course, at some point or another, she can still get angry. And when she finally loses it, well, she becomes one of the strongest beings in all of Marvel. Amadeus Cho is one of Bruce Banner's best friends. He's one of the smartest people in Marvel, and he's been a Hulk 2 before, the totally awesome Hulk. He was able to drain the gamma radiation out of Bruce's body, putting it in his own body and becoming the Hulk. All the pros, none of the cons. He He can change in and out of the Hulk at will. He's just as smart as the Hulk as he normally is, and just like the normal Hulk, has absolutely no limits for how strong he can become. Weapon H is basically what would happen if you took the Hulk and Wolverine and mashed them together into one character. The latest experiment with Weapon X, Clayton Cortez has been given Wolverine's healing factor, his bone claws, and every bone in his body laced with adamantium, and then the incredible superhuman strength, durability, and healing factor from the Hulk. So like easily one of the most powerful beings in Marvel. Doc Green is basically the newest version of Professor Hulk. All of Bruce's brilliance and all of the Hulk's incredible power. But Doc Green wasn't really the best guy. He decided that he should be the only one with access to this incredible gamma power. So he went out trying to strip all the other Hulks of all their power. Eventually though, Doc didn't like the path that he was headed down, and so he chose to instead go back to his normal form of the Hulk. War Hulk is one of the first bannerless Hulks out there, causing him to become the perfect target for Apocalypse, leading to the Hulk becoming his horseman of war. And thanks to Apocalypse, Hulk got a massive increase of power in his base form. But the flip side is that his power actually has a limit because he can't get stronger the angrier that he gets in this form. While on the planet of Sakaar, Hulk fell in love and they were about to have a kid. An explosion took his wife's life, but before she ended up dying, she gave birth to 2 children, one of them being Scar. And with 2 powerful parents, Scar gained incredible powers from both of them. He inherited his dad's incredible superhuman strength, but gained his mom's gift of tapping into the old power, basically being empowered with the planet itself, which led to his infamous 100 trillion ton punch. During the Axis event, we met Klaue, a version of the Hulk who wasn't empowered by anger or rage, but by sadness and depression. He's sad.
I don't even know how to turn it down. Fuck.
Boy Hulk. And for being fueled by sadness and not rage, Klaue is actually incredibly violent and brutal. He wasn't really around for very long, but it took a ton of different heroes to stand up to him in a fight. Thunderbolt Ross has always been Hulk's #1 adversary, and he really cemented that when he transformed himself into a Hulk 2 just to fight Hulk on equal terms. As the Red Hulk, he takes all of the Hulk's strength, speed, durability, and his healing factor, plus Thunderbolt Ross's
Red Hulk's a bum, by the way. He sucks.
Intellect. So while he's an incredible threat, on top of that, Red Hulk has the powers of thermokinesis, and he's got energy absorbing powers too, going on a rampage that took Thor and Hulk combined to take him down. In Old Man Logan, we got an apocalyptic version of Marvel where the Hulk rules what's left of the US, well, the Hulk and his family, who he had with his cousin, She-Hulk.
Bro, there's no fucking way that this guy... I mean, I'm not going to say this guy because he didn't obviously make the list. But there's no way that whoever made this list put Old Man Hulk from Old Man Logan... Oh, Jesus.
There's a whole lot of inbreeding going on in this story. While in his Hulk form, well, he is big,
man, like,
and I mean big.
Exactly, Khan.
He's so big, in fact, that he could pick up Wolverine and swallow him whole with just one bite. Of course, that's ultimately how Wolverine is able to beat him. But considering that while just in his banner form, he's easily as strong as the base Hulk, well, it's safe to say the Old Man Hulk is pretty powerful. Maestro is another evil version of the Hulk from the future. This one from about 100 years in the future, after a nuclear war wiped out almost every superhero on Earth. Now, Hulk
Maestro also sucks. He's also mid.
wasn't just a smart Hulk here, but he was also insane. Insane from all the radiation that he had absorbed. He was able to easily beat the normal Hulk, but he's got a limit to his max strength because Maestro can't get stronger the angrier he gets, because his insanity puts a cap on it. When the Unipower bonded with the Hulk,
yeah, he's putting some random version of Hulk, the Old Man Logan version, above Colour.
well, Hulk became the newest Captain Universe and turned blue in the process. And just like every other Captain Universe before him, well, the Hulk is incredibly powerful. The Unipower boosted his strength, but it also gave him telekinesis, the ability to fly, telepathy, becoming an almost unstoppable force. After Hulk was sent to the planet Sakaar and found happiness as Green Scar, well, all that was stripped away from him in an instant. And who does he blame but the Illuminati and the heroes of Earth, filled with more rage and anger than he'd ever experienced before, and so stronger than ever before. Hulk and his warbound warriors set course for Earth to seek revenge on everyone he holds responsible for destroying his world. In one of the weirdest versions of the Hulk out there, Bruce Banner realized that while the Hulk was immortal, he wasn't. And so Bruce's mind took control of the Hulk's body. And with a whole bunch of tech, he was actually able to augment the Hulk and reshape his mind into a control room. Now inside the Hulk's mind, Bruce Banner sits as the trusty captain of the Starship Hulk. Known as the Hulk's Hulk, or the deadliest of all the Hulks, the Titan Hulk is where the Hulk is pushed to the limit of his rage. It's like when Bruce gets angry and turns into the Hulk, while the Titan Hulk is what happens when the Hulk gets angry. And while we haven't really seen much from him, this all easily makes him more...
Yo, what up, Chuck? Yeah, listen. Don't worry, I'm not giving him a view. I downloaded one of his videos. And we're just watching it. I'm looking at his ranking. I say his ranking, it's definitely someone else's from a Screen Rant article or some shit.
one of the most powerful versions of the Hulk out there.
Not looking good.
In an alternate reality in Marvel,
But I'm gonna
Space
type out
Punisher
his
Hulk
list,
is
and then
easily
I'm gonna compare
one of the
it
most powerful
to my
versions of the Hulk
Fucking-
ever. He's
Fucking Space Punisher Hulk, man.
considered to be the greatest threat to the universe since Galactus himself, and really proved that by absolutely annihilating a group of Watchers, who were way more powerful than the normal universe's Watchers. The Immortal Hulk is a powerhouse among powerhouses, standing head and shoulders above every other version of the Hulk. He was created because of Bruce's and the Hulk's countless deaths and rebirths, and in the process, while the Devil Hulk was able to lock away all the other personalities, becoming Immortal Hulk. He comes out every night like some sort of villain from a horror movie, and has some scary new powers. One of the greatest healing factors you'll ever see, the ability to destroy an entire planet in an instant, and even enough power to stand up to the one below all. as World War Hulk got more and more angry and more powerful, Hulk eventually transformed into World Breaker Hulk. He was easily more powerful than every single hero on Earth, even most all of them.
Alright, I'm gonna just fucking skip to the end. Breaker of Worlds, not even a Bruce Banner Hulk, but whatever. Alright, so let me just double check it. Space Punisher, Devil. Yeah. Alright. Right, can you guys see that? I'm assuming you can. Let me get rid of this fucking... I'm assuming you can see that notepad, right? So this is his list, okay? I'm not gonna lie. The first 4 wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. But I mean, this is how it should be, right? So. I mean, okay, if you're taking Starship Hulk into account, right? Is that just while Bruce has control of him, or is that while when Savage Hulk came out? Because Savage Hulk has better feats during that run than Starship Hulk. I take Starship Hulk to be when Bruce is in control, and when he's able to manually adjust how strong Hulk is. So I'll take that. Is what that means. If that's the case. Starship. Okay. Now. Yeah, Chuck, it's the Breaker World. I wouldn't consider that a traditional Hulk personally, but I'm just going based on this list, the list in the video. Right, so the reason why... I guess I'll just finish typing now and then I'll explain it. Okay, so... Green Scar doesn't, definitively show up again after Heart of the Monster. Because Greg Pak was, done with his main Hulk run. But Greg Pak really does just that is kind of his Hulk persona, right? And it's kind of similar how when Peter David came back, he kind of brought back the Professor Hulk persona, and when we see Amadeus Cho get the gamma radiation from Bruce at the start of Totally Awesome Hulk. The dialogue that comes from Hulk, he's speaking in, fluent sentences and shit. It kind of, and that's also written by Greg Pak, so it kind of gives off the vibe that is, Green Scar, right? So if that's the case, then I would put Green Scar above Dot Green, but because it was World Breaker specifically, I'm gonna cap it. 6. I think that's right so far. No, that's not right. Hold on. Colour and then Dot Green. 7, 8. I might have messed up a bit. So, She-Hulk right now, she has some like feats are kind of wild. Like, she fights like a version of Doom that like whooped all the Avengers' asses, and even though she loses, the Beyond who's fucking narrating the fight is like, yeah, she could beat him. She has like the strength approaching the Hulk, and that's like around Starship Hulk, so she could be like around Devil Hulk really. But to me, like, approaching's weird, right? Because so what does that mean? Really, like, how close are you if you're approaching something? I'll tell you what, I'll just keep it Bruce Banner Hulks for now, and then I'll just fit in the others as I'm going along, as I'm talking. So if that's the case, I'm gonna get rid of the fucking numbers. Okay, Ultimate Hulk. Again, a bit weird. But World War Hulk. War Hulk. Yeah, War Hulk. Where would I put Maestro personally? Put Maestro there. I'll put. Okay, that's my Bruce Banner list, right? Obviously, fucking Break of Worlds. Oh yeah, nice one, Joe. I'll see you later, bro. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for the support. So Break of Worlds, self-explanatory, right? Toba has possessed Bruce Banner, and Bruce Banner and his Hulk have the strongest connection to Gamma in the multiverse, right? Titan, stronger than so basically Titan and Hulked out Thor were gonna fight, and Bruce was like, yeah, if Titan comes out, it'll be the end of everything, and if these two fight, it'll be the end of everything, right? Starship Hulk before that was, you know, pretty much like being mega pressed by Thor before he hulks out, and then even when Starship Hulk gets Mjolnir, he's still, you know, struggling bad. He's still losing. So I consider Titan Hulk above that. Oh yeah, MCU Hulk. My bad. And then fucking. And then I don't know where Space Punisher goes, to be honest. You can put him anywhere from fucking bottom of this list to like, He could be top, to be honest. Anyway. So, the reason why Devil Hulk is below Starship is because the scaling in Immortal Hulk is pretty fucking wild. It's not like some Dragon Ball shit. So Devil gets the angriest he's ever been, right? When in the Mindscape, where leader. Oh no, I put Space Punisher Hulk here, like at the bottom. So yeah, Devil Hulk gets to the strongest he's ever been. The angriest he's ever been in the Mindscape, where when the leader has chained up Bruce and Joe. When he sees Bruce, risk of being killed, he breaks out, and Joe's like, "Oh, he hasn't been this angry since we were like kids." And he beats the fuck out of Stearns. Savage Hulk restrains him and all this kind of stuff, and that's kind of like a nerf to Devil Hulk, because he doesn't want to harm Savage Hulk. And then Leader takes his opportunity to kill Devil Hulk, right? So then it's just Savage Hulk and Joe Fixit in the Mindscape, because Bruce gets abducted. They're weakened because Joe Fixit doesn't have a Hulk form anymore, and Savage Hulk, because Bruce's soul is gone, that just inherently nerfs him. And which we see at the start of the run as well. So what happens is, when Joe turns into Sunshine Joe Fixit, he's implied to be the strongest Hulk's ever been on a news report, right? He fights all 5 of Thor just fine and almost kills him. But in a guidebook, they state that Hulk is stronger than ever at that point, right? But when they go into the below place, the leader is Toba, who has possessed the leader, has basically constructed this big massive fucking fortress around the leader's body. And Sunshine Joe is punching the wall to get in, and he can't get in, right? Like the fucking flesh is being ripped off his knuckles. But Savage Hulk is able to break the wall down in like 2 hits. Now you'd be like, okay, well, Savage Hulk is just angrier, right? No, Savage Hulk is literally fucking depressed. He's like crying when he's doing this, right? So a super sad Savage Hulk is stronger than Joe Fixit. Sunshine Joe Fixit, who's Hulk stronger than ever, right? Which that comes into then like, so that is to me is like a baseline Savage Hulk has just gotten so much stronger that he's surpassed Sunshine Joe. And then that also ties into the whole Starship Hulk thing, right? Starship Hulk has a baseline, and then he goes to level 1, and then he goes to level 2. In level 1, he was whooping Iron Man's ass when Iron Man was in the Hulkbuster, until Iron Man summons like 4 more. So Iron Man's Hulkbuster should be again better than it was. And this is under the assumption that Iron Man should know about Doctor Strange's statement at the start of that run, at the start of the Donny Cates run, when he's like, yeah, this is one of the most powerful things we've ever faced, right? So it's up there with Null, it's up there with the fucking Beyonders and all that shit. Tony Stark should have taken that into account, and he thinks that this Hulkbuster will be enough, pretty much, and it's not. So baseline Starship Hulk should be about equal to base Savage Hulk at the end of Immortal Hulk, who's stronger than Sunshine Joe, who's Hulk stronger than ever. Claw is basically stronger than Doc Green. Doc Green at his peak is stated to be angrier than ever, right? And this is during Original Sin, when Hulk finds out about Tony tampering with the Gamma Bomb, and obviously, he blames Tony Stark for putting him in the Hulk situation. So if he's angrier than ever, he's stronger than ever, right? Obviously, then Claw upscales from that. If he at his peak, he's stronger than ever. I mean, angrier than ever. Then he would be above Worldbreaker, right? The green scar that appears in this run, in the Heart of the Monster run, I think that green scar is stronger than. And bear in mind, I'm talking about like the ones when they're not even Worldbreaker. I think that's stronger than the green scar in World War Hulk. And I say this because, so World War Hulk at his strongest, before he, surpasses that and goes Worldbreaker, stalemate Sentry, right? Sentry was unstable as hell in that comic, and they still stalemate. Red Hulk then fights Sentry, Wonder Man, Ares, Miss Marvel, and Iron Man at the same time and wins. Right? This Sentry should be at least at the same level. Right? Bear in mind, he can't do shit to Red Hulk other than like give him a bloody nose. Then Savage Hulk is able to fight Red Hulk somewhat. Right? And we know that Savage Hulk has gotten stronger as well because Sentry's aura no longer works on Savage Hulk, right? Just like it doesn't like it didn't work on World War Hulk. In the middle of that run, War Hulk. This is a Hulk that has been amped with the technology from Apocalypse, right? He's the Horseman of War. It should be. Bear in mind that before he did that, he was already stated to be stronger than ever, right? Like this is right after the Onslaught saga, when he separates from Bruce. So he's stronger than ever now. Then he gets the Apocalypse's like attachments on top of that. But there's a decent gap between War Hulk and World War Hulk, right? Because we know that on Planet Hulk, Hulk surpasses this version. Basically, Enigma Force Hulk. This is basically Hulk with the Enigma Force, which you could scale him to a crazy degree with that. The issue is that the Enigma Force, it relies on the imagination of the users as well, and Hulk just doesn't have the feats to back it up. At most, you can give him a if I can find it. Spider-Man, there's a statement that Spider-Man got I think it's a 10 times amp from it. Let me find it. Okay, so there's a guidebook that says that Spider-Man's strength got multiplied by 50 when he became Cosmic Spider-Man. But even then he was still kind of struggling with a holding back Joe Fixit. So you could probably say, because I think these two are around the same time. You could probably put Enigma Force Hulk there. Right, Maestro's best shit is being twice as strong as Professor Hulk. But the thing is, right, is that Maestro has a statement that he's first off, there's one statement that he's the strongest Hulk in the multiverse. Right, that's before his peak as well, because his peak is in his first appearance in Future Imperfect right before he dies. He's like, yeah, I'm stronger than ever. But before that, they said he's the strongest Hulk in the multiverse. Then there's a statement that he's as strong as any of his younger selves. Yes, Chuck, Maestro has no good feats. Exactly, he's dog shit. Even when he got the fucking ISO 8 shit, which bear in mind is like equivalent to at least one Infinity Stone. he was still ass. He's like, at most, because he was playing around with Professor Hulk, that is stated. At most, I'll give him Blue Marvel level, right? Because he fights. He takes a hit from Blue Marvel and he fights those Sentry symbiotes, right? So, at most, I can say that's how strong he is. Blue Marvel, around that time, is like maybe like here, right? Like right below Dot Green, peak Dot Green. So if I'm being generous, I put Maestro there. Professor Hulk, just stated to be the strongest Hulk up until that point. Over and over and over again. Joe Fixit. I mean, he's weaker than his baseline is weaker than Savage Hulk's baseline. And he doesn't grow as strong at the same rate. But that's because, like, his mental faculties, like, he's more intelligent than Savage Hulk, right? He doesn't have the mental faculties of a child. But he has grown so strong to where, like, he can just beat up Abomination, so he can surpass Savage Hulk's baseline strength, pretty much. Grey Hulk, basically the first Hulk to ever show up, fucking dog shit. In fact, he's probably, like, he's probably there. Old Man Logan fights Old Man Logan overpowered. I mean, MCU Hulk, he's like planet level, at most, I think. And then Old Man Logan beats Old Man Logan, then loses to Old Man Logan. Grey Hulk doesn't do anything. Space Punisher Hulk, obviously, anyone who doesn't know anything about Space Punisher Hulk, you can check out Chuck's video on him. There's a statement that he's as strong as Galactus or some shit. If you assume that it's Galactus is, that Galactus is as strong as normal. Well, I don't even know where you'd put him because Galactus' strength is always fluctuating. But I would say, he's probably like there, right? Being generous is mega generous. Right. So, Red Hulk. Okay, Red Hulk is above World War Hulk for the reason that I gave earlier. He's able to fight a stronger Sentry who had help from all the Avengers at the time, and he still won. And then at the end of that comic, it's implied that they wouldn't have been able to stop him even if they caught him, if they fought him again. Bear in mind, at one point he just stops using his energy absorption because he thinks he's at risk of not being able to turn back into Ross again, and like therefore he loses humanity and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, at his peak, that's where he is. Bear in mind that, I mean, he probably just go a bit higher because Dot Green thinks that he'd need prep to help him, right? But this is a Dot Green that doesn't want to get angrier, so he'd probably be like right below. Scar's so fucking weird because Scar was so his best shit, right? I mean, he fights Dot Green and gets shit on. Now, bear in mind this is about the old power. But yeah, he fights Dot Green and gets bullied. Well, I don't want to say he gets bullied, but he can't do anything to Dot Green. With the old power, he's able to fight like a pseudo World Breaker Hulk, right? So I would put him at his best, like right there, because we don't have any feats. Even in that run where he showed up in Gamma Flight, he didn't really do anything that made him relevant to modern scaling. Okay, Weapon H. Weapon H would be about here, and I say that because he's able to fight Devil Hulk. Bear in mind, this is Devil Hulk at his peak. He's able to fight Devil Hulk, stay as strong as him and all that kind of stuff. Because he's like a blend of like Wolverine and Hulk. And he also shits on the second best version of him, pretty much. Because obviously it was the Weapon H program. They produced multiple different subjects, and the second best one was fighting Amadeus Cho. But yeah, he's Weapon H outclassed him. Speaking of Amadeus Cho, okay. So, Amadeus Cho stated as strong as Hulk ever was, pretty much, right? And the whole idea of that was, at the time, was they were pushing for these new gen heroes. So it makes sense that they were hyping him up to be as strong as Hulk. And again, this is who's that? Bear in mind that this is again Greg Pak again, so this should at least be taken into account. Green Scar, and it's like word of God shit as well. So it's not just like fucking TV journalists and all that. So again, he does fight Weapon H, but I think that's like the cap. Is that? Cause I don't think even though he does have like his own World War Hulk arc, he doesn't really do anything in that. Nothing worth noting anyway. But what he does do afterwards is he fights Namor, King Namor, the same Namor that got stronger and like negged Immortal She-Hulk and fucking Unworthy Thor and all that shit during the Jason Aaron Avengers run. So yeah, he should be right there. Okay, Ultimate Hulk. I'll do this now. Ultimate Hulk is anywhere from right here to right here. I say he's there because he literally fights Doc Green. But this is where I'd put him like consistently. And then we've got She-Hulk and Red She-Hulk. Okay, so if it's Red She-Hulk, I would probably say like here, because she's able to fight post. So the Jason Aaron Hulk run, Red She-Hulk's able to fight that Hulk, and that Hulk's said to be like the biggest, the baddest Hulk ever. So, but if you don't want to take that, then she'd be like equal to Worldbreaker Hulk. And then, right, finally, Jennifer Walters, right, normal She-Hulk. Again, if it's a slim She-Hulk, she can go anywhere from like this to like down. It'd be like down here, like right above Red Hulk maybe. And that basically comes from the fact that, again, she was stated to be approaching Hulk's level when they fought Doom. Again, the Beyonder was narrating that. So, yeah, it's not impossible. But yeah, I think that's my list. I am going to do a proper list. If you ever watched Seth the Programmer's ranking the Saiyans list. I'm going to do a ranking like that before all Gamma mutates. I've already scaled all of them for the list. I'm just writing out the script. So, but yeah, that is going to be me. It's like fucking 2:30 in the morning now. I've been streaming for quite a while. But it was a great stream. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Appreciate the love. Please check out my new video. And I'll catch you in the next stream, which should be, again, late Saturday or late Sunday. So, see you later, guys.